Up, up. This is me. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How are you? Fine, thank you. Oh, yeah. Wait, I need to disable that. I think it's better now. Should be better now. Is it better now? Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah. Hello, Babo. How are you? Very good. Fine. Very nice. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Pow. Let me check something. Salut. So I come back for the streams, for 2 streams, today and Thursday, and then I'm back away. I'm away again for 1 week, and then I will stream again. For information, okay. Okay, first news, on to the tech news. So the first news of today is that Claude Code source code, which is so Claude Code is a closed source, right? It's a proprietary software because Anthropic does not like open source at all. It turns out it has been leaked to the internet because of some npm shenanigans, I think. Yeah, it has been leaked via a map file in their npm registry. That's interesting. The entire Claude Code CLI source is now public. A misconfigured .map file in their npm package exposed a direct download link to the full unobfuscated TypeScript code base from Anthropic's own R2 bucket. Hello, Nufik. Hello, hello. Hello. How are you? I'm doing the tech news. And I look at the Claude Code source leak. Yeah, so from Entropic's own R2 bucket, discovered by Xiaofan Fu, the dump is a massive 1900 files, 512,000 lines, including the complete tool systems, 50 plus slash commands, multi-agent coordinator, React Inc. terminal UI, ID bridge, permission engine, and several unreleased features. Full repo is live on GitHub. Let's see that. Do you code, Nufik? Do you use Claude Code? Claude Code is a agentic coding tool that lives in your terminal, understands your code base, and helps you code faster by executing routine tasks, explaining complex code, and handling Git workflows all through that language. Commands. The full source code of Anthropic made public. Mais, like, Anthropic is obviously going to sue the hell out of this guy, right? Because, like, they've been suing the OpenClaw creator, Peter Steinberger, just for using a name that was reminiscent of Claude, you know, because originally it was called Claude Bot with W. Fried rice, wonderful surname. Discovered that the published npm package for Claude Code included a .map file referencing the full unobfuscated TypeScript source, accessible as a zip from Anthropic's altered bucket. An Anthropic employee subsequently made the source available in the public domain on March 31st, 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 2026. What is Claude Code? Wow. I'm sure it's been forked like 5,000 forks already. This is hilarious. What's the license on this? Unlicensed. Yeah. Yeah, this repository contained leaked proprietary source code belonging to Anthropic. It is published here strictly for educational and research purposes. Of course. The original software is not open source. Yeah, no kidding. Anthropic has not released this code under any permissive or copyleft license. This is why it's accessible here, by the way. It's just because Anthropic has not released it, you know? Use at your own legal risk. Don't you think you are at risk, my dude? Or the official Claude Code CLIC? Yeah. This is hilarious. What is a public template? What is this? What's the difference between public template and public? What is a public template? Huh? Okay, it's some AI slop stuff. I mean, checks out, right? Free crypto news, AI slop generator. I mean, tweet slop generator. Bon, you know. Interesting. So yeah, now we know all the verbs, you know, that Claude Code is using. Here is the list, you know, if you wanted to know the full list of the spinner verbs, here it is. It's always, for some reason, I always see it using a few ones all the time, like discombobulating often. Which there's another one that I see often. Coalescing, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm not going to read it all, but yeah. That's funny. Yeah, so I'm sure they're not going to be happy about it, huh? Because so Anthropic, if there's one, and this is crazy to to say, but if there's one company that is even more closed than OpenAI, it's actually Anthropic. Anthropic has like a philosophical stance on being a closed source company, and I've even I even saw yesterday on Twitter some people saying that they've had job interviews at Anthropic. Like there was a very good engineer or something that had an interview at Anthropic, and they basically rejected him because he stated that he was very pro open source when it comes to AI tools. And they told him like, sorry, it doesn't align with us. This is just, not how we think about things. How crazy this is. Like, you are, a Silicon Valley company that is not like a boomer Fortune 500 company, right? This is not Oracle. Or Oracle is evil because it's an old company full of boomers, I guess, managers or whatever, that, are used everything being closed source or whatever. But here is a new Silicon Valley startup that didn't exist 5 years ago, that is openly against open source. To me, this is just crazy. Like, how are they going to to recruit cool engineers if they are not if they're not favorable to open source? Like, everyone likes open source. What the fuck is wrong with them? Anthropic, you are so weird and so evil. I don't know where to begin. Why? Like, back in the day, Google had the motto, "Don't be evil." It's like Anthropic has the motto, "Be evil." you know, be against open source, be against the good things of life. You know, just be closed. Everything closed source and proprietary. And I know that everything stems from their weird, like, what did they say? Yeah. From their weird position that, oh, AI is such a big deal, we need to manage it. Others, they can't manage it. We at Anthropic, we can manage it. It is crazy. There was a very good tweet by TXDR about this. Where is it? Can I find it again? Yesterday. Was commenting on like Dario's interview. Will you be programming today? Probably after. Yeah. So for like 2 hours, I do the tech news, and then I will do. I will probably finish some vibe coding. I mean, some coding of my Chrome extension. I have some stuff to do on my Chrome extension. I also want to. Maybe I'm going to start to learn Rust also, because I would like to do some stuff in Rust. So maybe I'm just going to watch a course on Rust later tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I think this was it, but bon, I don't remember. Yeah, but he tweets so much. TXDR, Dax tweets so much. Bon, I can't find the tweet. But okay. Next news. Axios NPM supply chain attack. Yeah. So I think I heard about this package. I heard about this package. So it seems that, even though I've never used it, I think, but Axios seems to be a very well-known, like, web fetch with extra steps, right? Or something. On March 31st, 2026, two malicious versions of Axios, the enormously popular JavaScript HTTP client with over 100 million weekly downloads, were briefly published to NPM via a compromised maintainer account. The packages contained a hidden dependency that deployed a cross-platform remote access Trojan, RAT, to any machine that ran npm install or equivalent in other package managers like Bun during a 2-hour window. But okay, 2 hours. Bon, I guess that's bad for all the people who just happen to, of course, update the package in these 2-hour windows, of course. The malicious versions 1.14.1 and 0.30.1 were removed from npm. Ah, yeah, so they even targeted the people who had like older versions that were only updating the minor versions, I guess, right? Damn. Were removed from npm by 3.29, but in the window they were live. Anyone whose CI/CD pipeline, developer environment, or build system put a fresh install could have been compromised without ever touching a line of Axios code. Damn. How the attack was constructed. This is not a case of typo squatted package or a rogue dependency slipping into a build. The attacker had or gained direct publishing access to the official Axios package on npm, likely by compromising a maintainer's accounts. According to a collaborator in the official GitHub, hey, I don't like this music. Need to put I'm wondering about just disabling the music. It's better for everyone. I don't know. Okay. According to a collaborator in the official GitHub issue thread, the suspected compromised account belonged to maintainer Jason Seyman, whose repository permissions were higher than those of other collaborators, complicating a rapid remediation. Aye, aye, aye. The attacker did not modify any Axios source files directly. Instead, they added a pre-staged malicious dependency, plain crypto.js to the package.json of the new Axios releases. The plain crypto.js package itself was purpose-built for this attack. An earlier clean version, 4.2.0, had been published 18 hours prior. Likely to give it a brief history on the registry. Version 4.2.1 contained the malicious payload. When a developer CI system runs npm install Axios, npm resolves the dependency tree, pulls plain crypto and automatically runs its post install hook. Node setup.js. That single script execution is where the compromise began. The setup.js post install dropper uses two layers of obfuscation to avoid static analysis. Reversed base 64 encoding with padding character substitution. Why are so many like things using base 64 encoding? Like, why is this one in particular? I've seen a lot, like it seems a lot of vulnerabilities are always obfuscating their stuff by just encoding with base 64. But why base 64 specifically? It's fun. XOR cipher with the key order and a constant value of 53. I'm going to ask ChatGPT actually. Why are so many I mean, It's not a vulnerability. Why are so many like supply chain attacks involving malicious code using base 64 encoding for everything? Why this one particularly? They don't show the. Ah, yeah, 5.4. Okay. Because base 64 is the cheapest possible, hide it just enough layer. It is popular in supply chain attacks not because it is secure, but because it is universally available, text safe, and good enough to defeat casual inspection and many simplistic detections. Mitre explicitly classifies encoding and command obfuscation as common attacker behavior, and notes that standard encodings such as base64 are routinely used both in file and command and control data. Why base64 in particular? It works everywhere. Every ecosystem attacker target in supply chain compromises. JavaScript, Python, PowerShell, Bash, .NET browsers already has built-in base64 encode decode support. No custom decoder is needed. Red Canary specifically notes base64 obfuscation around PowerShell and encoded command usage as a common malicious pattern. It survives text-only channels, package manifest, shell arguments. Logs are all easier to move through when the payload is ASCII text instead of raw bytes. Mitre notes attacker use standard encoding, including base64 for this exact kind of concealment and transport. It breaks casual code review. A reviewer instantly recognizes suspicious clear text like curl sh, token stealers, registry edits, and stage downloaders. A long base64 blob forces extra effort to decode, so many humans and some lightweight scanners never look deeper. Interesting. It avoids quoting escaping pain. Attackers can wrap messy scripts, binary chunks, or multi-line payload into one blob and decode at runtime. It is especially convenient inside post-install hooks, one-liners, and chain interpreters. Red Canary's PowerShell write-ups highlight exactly the style of encoded execution. It blends with legitimate software and composes well with real concealments. Attackers often do gzip plus base64 or XOR plus base64 or AES plus base64. Base64 is frequently just the outer wrapper that makes the inner payload easy to carry. Microsoft's recent malware analyses continue to describe multi-stage delivery chains using base64 obfuscated commands. So base64 is not chosen because it's strong, it's chosen because it's frictionless. It gives attackers portability, packaging convenience, and small amount of analyst resistance at almost zero engineering costs. Okay, interesting. Bon, I'm not going to read everything. Huh? Well, I guess the supply chain stuff is fixed now, but it happened, so be careful. Next. Oh fuck! I forgot to switch. Sora shut down economics. Ah yeah. So this was the original agreement between Sora and Disney. so OpenAI and Disney, about Sora to make, I guess, Disney characters available inside Sora. But now they shut it down. So why? Why OpenAI really shut down Sora? OpenAI's decision last week to shut down Sora, its AI video generation tool, just 6 months after releasing it to the public, raised immediate suspicions the app had invited users to upload their own faces. So was this some kind of elaborate data grab? According to a new Wall Street Journal investigation, the real explanation is considerably more boring. Sora was a money pit that nobody was using, and keeping it alive was costing OpenAI the AI race. Interesting. I mean, yeah, we know that AI videos are the most costly of all. I mean, yeah. If you have to generate 24 AI images per second to make a real video, that's, that's a lot of compute to spend. And especially, I guess, on top of it, all the videos models must be heavily optimized or whatever. So yeah. So what happened after a splashy launch? Sora's worldwide user count peaked at around 1 million and then collapsed to fewer than 500,000. That's still a lot of people though. Meanwhile, the app was burning through roughly 1 million every day. Not because people loved it, but because video generation is so costly to run. Every user who dropped themselves into a fantastical scene was drawing down a finite supply of AI chips, while a whole team inside OpenAI was focused on making Sora work. Anthropic was quietly winning over the software engineers and enterprises that drive revenue. Yes, this was last year for sure. Last year, it was truly like this. Like OpenAI was trying to grab as much as the mainstream public as possible, including with Sora and with ChatGPT and with like everything else they do. Um, but yeah, last year Anthropic was, deploying Claude Code and stuff like that, and OpenAI was a bit behind on with the software engineers. Claude Code in particular was eating OpenAI's lunch. That's right. But now they like OpenAI is back because now everybody is discovering that Anthropic is crazily against open source. They banned open code users, they banned open claw users, and using your Anthropic subscriptions inside either open code and open claw is now against their terms and conditions. So they just hate open source, but uh, like this is Anthropic. They love being closed source, of course. Even more than OpenAI, because the OpenAI has hired the OpenClaw founder, and they also publicly stated that using the OpenAI subscription in ChatGPT Plus inside inside the Open Code and OpenClaw is supported. So, yeah, they're a bit more open now, you know, according to their name. I guess so. That's good, even though bon, they are far from the most open, of course. Yeah, Meta, funnily enough, was the most open by releasing the Llama models, even though they never actually became a provider uh, for some reasons. But they just stopped. Well, maybe Mark Zuckerberg is going back at it this year. I guess he hired a bunch of machine learning engineers and AI engineers for this reason. So I hope Meta comes back into the game, because Meta, like, if there was one big tech company that was open sourcing the most models and the most impactful models, because the Llama models for a long time were, for all the AI research, for example, the Llama models were basically the main standard, because it was the only open weights model that were like, you know, scientifically open. Well, then there's also the Mistral models, but yeah. CEO Sam Altman made the call: kill Sora, free up compute, and refocus. I mean, good for the coders, I guess. If you want to understand just how sudden this was, consider what happened to Disney. Per the Wall Street Journal, the entertainment giant had committed $1 billion to the partnership. Oh damn! Yet found that Sora was being shut down less than an hour before the public. Ooh, yeah, yeah. The deal died with it. That's crazy how companies work, huh? Sometimes, you know, like it's just crazy. How can you not warn your biggest partner that the tool that was in the contract is soon going to be retired? Like, what the hell, you know? Paul Graham has written about this, you know, like how big corporation are like cold monsters just by the simple fact that humans are very bad at coordinating each other. So one team might do X, one team might do Y, and you know, I guess the one team that that decided to kill Sora did not warn the legal team that, oh yeah, by the way, we are killing the main purpose of this big ass $1 billion contract that we have with Disney. Oops, we forgot to tell you. You know, this is like, yeah, but bon, typical big corporation behavior. Huh? Not very surprising. Okay, so bon, I hope since they shut down Sora, and Sora was taking a lot of compute, I hope the coders now can get more compute because we are using the tokens, contrary to, you know, most people. Let's hope we have more free tokens for codecs. Okay, I also want to talk about ArcAGI 3. ArcAGI 3 was released, and that's interesting. So they released. Where can I find the? Oh, because of course ArcAGI 2, which was the previous big benchmark to, you know, measure if AI could do as good as humans. So the concept of ArcAGI, for those who don't know, is that ArcAGI has exercises that are usually quite simple for humans to do, but quite hard or sometimes impossible at the current state of the AI development for AI to do. And so basically, there was first ArcAGI 1, ArcAGI 2. But of course, what happens is that once those two benchmark came out, of course, the first models were very bad at it. But then, you know, they just trained on private datasets that were imitating the ArcAGI exercises. And then the LLMs became better at ArcAGI 1 and 2 benchmarks. But I guess they are going to try to do the same on ArcAGI 3, all right? So, bon. But, you know, this is still just interesting because this is still another step, right, of how to make things that, you know, I mean, I think this is one of the most important um, type of benchmark because this is not just about math and code and, you know, like things compiling or whatever. It's also about like human judgment and dynamic thought and like, and I think it's very good because it makes the LLMs a bit more similar to humans. Each time an ArcAGI benchmark gets saturated, which means that, you know, the LLMs basically achieve 80% score, similar to humans. You know, it means that we have bridged the gap a little bit between the AIs and the humans, and this is good. So this is not the last one, of course. There's going to be ArcAGI 4, ArcAGI 5, you know. But yeah, each time, like now like I think right now, this benchmark, most of the models that run on this benchmark have like a score of 0.30% or something, like crazy stuff. but it's actually pretty simple. Huh? You can use so it's like a Game Boy, and what you have to do, you have to just like use the control, and there is no instructions. You have to understand how the game works. So here, basically, touching this little thing turns, the little thing, and you just need to turn it so that it's the same. And when it's the same, you go to the objective, and boom, it works. And then you have more complex things to like this. This is to reset the step counter. Voila, now it's good. Now I need to take the second one here, up, and now, voila, validate. And this is increasingly more difficult, of course, and with different kinds of things. And so, yeah, and this is typically the kind of things that humans understand. That humans understand instinctively. Voila. But now, voila, for example, so for here there is 7 levels, right? For I guess this specific exercise or something. And GPT 5.4 succeeds at 0%. Voilà, 0%. Gemini 3.1 Pro preview, 0. Grok, 0. Cloud Opus 4.6, 0. So yeah, I think this is good that we still find new benchmarks where like the latest AI systems suck ass. It's pretty cool. And yeah, behind this Arc Prize, there is François Chollet, which is a French guy who created Keras, a very well-known Python machine learning library. And he always comes. So he's like, I think he's like the boss. Yeah, no, he's a co-founder of Arc Prize. So yeah, he always comes up with very smart, interesting. Oh, now there's access tweets. I didn't know that. Interesting. A good thing about dictators who control the med. Okay. Oh, all of his tweets are now. Damn. He wants to milk. He doesn't have enough. You don't have enough money, Francois. Or is it Francois doing that, or is it the automatic? Can't be automatic, right? Yeah, I saw this interview on Y Combinator. Traditional YouTube. So yeah, interesting. Well, I did see some critics about RKGI where people say that basically like the way the AI scores are rated like puts an advantage on the humans in a way, like, but bon, at the same time, the goal of the RKGI benchmarks is not to measure AIs against themselves, or is to measure AIs against humans. So yeah, maybe there is like a non-linear um, relationship in the scoring, but at the same time, well, yeah, you know, when the AI systems reach close to saturation, well, yeah, the goal is not to find the best AI. Sorry, the best AI is just to find like what AI system is the most similar to humans. And he even said that RKGI is not like the absolute benchmark of, this is not for super intelligence. This is for general intelligence. And general intelligence is compared to humans. Super intelligence. Like if one day he makes Arc ASI, then it would be to measure different AI systems against tasks and stuff that are way beyond human capabilities. But this is not what this is about. But I've seen a lot of people criticizing like, the score is unfair for the AIs or whatever. Like, I don't think they understand what this benchmark is for. So yeah, next topic, turbo quant. Ah yeah, I also saw that turbo quant. So Google released a new algorithm, like to I mean, I've seen people talk about it quickly about how it eases the running of local models, which means that it eases the running of all models, because all models, even through an API, are local to an extent, of course. We introduced a set of advanced theoretically grounded quantization algorithm. Ah, okay, that enable massive compression for large language models and vector search engines. Interesting. So quantizing is basically running a model in a lossy way that makes it smaller, and it makes it take less RAM or VRAM. But you're also losing quality. But the the quality loss is sometimes not linear, so that's interesting to an extent. TurboQuant is a compression method that achieves a high reduction in model size with zero accuracy loss. Zero? No way. Zero. Zero? That's crazy. Making it ideal for supporting both a key value cache compression and vector search. It accomplishes this via two key steps: high quality compression. I mean, yeah. TurboQuant starts by randomly rotating the data vectors. Interesting. This clever step simplifies the data's geometry, making it easy to apply a standard high-quality quantizer, a tool that maps a large set of continuous values, like precise decimals, to a smaller, discrete set of symbols and numbers, or numbers, like integers. Examples include audio quantization and JPEG compression. Yeah, I mean, compression, compression is compression. To each part of the vector individual. High quality quantizer to each part of the vector individual. This first stage uses most of the compression power, the majority of the bits, to capture the main concept and strength of the original vector. I mean, yeah, you know, you can always compress things. If you think about it, everything can be compressed. And compression is intelligence, actually. That's what I understood when I talked about a guy in this chat. It was a guy that made like his thesis on the concept of compression, and basically explained to me that compression is intelligence, because like taking the chaos of the world and arranging it in, an ordered, um, simplified, coherent set of abstract like concepts is what we do as humans. This is actually compression. This is what compression does. Compression tries to take a big, a big set of the reality, a big aspect of reality, and tries to find patterns in it and ask itself, how can I reproduce this reality, but without storing the reality itself, every atom, and that's what humans do, like when humans rationalize a building with a set of plans or blueprints or whatever. This is compression, you know? You are taking a raw 3D physical object with all of its complexity and you dumb it down, you simplify it in order to be able to reproduce it later, right? But you just simplify it and you find the patterns and you find the details that are important and you put them into a simpler form, 2D form. Yeah. And compression can be applied to any piece of intellectual knowledge, And so I guess, yeah, of course, including code and including machine learning models. Eliminating hidden errors. TurboQuant uses a small residual amount of compression power, just 1 bit, to apply the QJL algorithm to the tiny amount of error left over from the first stage. The QJL stage acts as a mathematical error checker that eliminates bias, leading to a more accurate attention score. Okay. To fully understand how TurboQuant achieves this efficiency, we take a closer look into how the QJL and polar quant algorithms work. Polar quant acts as a high-efficiency compression bridge, converting Cartesian input into a compact polar shorthand for storage and processing. The mechanism begins by grouping pairs of coordinates from a d-dimensional vector and mapping them onto a polar coordinate system. Radii are then gathered in pairs for recursive polar transformations, a process that repeats until the data is distilled into a single final radius and a collection of descriptive angles. I didn't understand anything here, but wow. Experiment and results. Ah, voilà. Turbo Quant, Kiwi. What is Kiwi? Kiwi baseline. Lower is better, I guess. TurboQuant demonstrates a robust KV cache compression performance across the long bench benchmark relative to various compression methods with Llama 3.1 HB instruct. Yeah, still a Llama, Even Google are still using the Llama models. Why are they not releasing their own, LLM, open weight LLM? That's a bit weird. I guess they did release the Gemma models, but they're pretty small. Needle in a haystack. TurboQuant achieves perfect downstream results across all benchmarks while reducing the key value memory size by a factor of 6. Eh ben. Wait, I need to see what people are saying on X. Turbo wants reduces LLM key value cache memory at least 6x and delivers up to 8 times speed up. I mean, if this means that we can actually run like the Chinese models locally, that's crazy. But also, that could also mean that now the LLMs that we get through the API can also run faster and quicker and takes less compute, so it would be cheaper too. That would be great. That would be great. TurboQuant is not model compression. Ah, who is this guy? Okay, he's an ML guy. It quantizes the KV cache, the memory that grows with context length, not the model itself. Ah, no training, no fine tuning, zero accuracy loss at 3 bits. But if the model doesn't fit your VRAM, TurboQuant won't change that. Ah, okay. Yeah, so that's not it. That's not what I thought. It solved the inference bottleneck, not the loading problem. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah. So it's literally the reverse of what I've heard, because I've heard on Twitter people say that TurboQuant will allow, uh, like better local models, like that now, like it will take less VRAM on the local, because the VRAM space is what heavily handicaps running the models locally right now. Like right now, you cannot run a local LLM because you don't have enough VRAM usually. So that won't change that. But so maybe it will make the inference providers like OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, right, the Chinese providers, maybe it will make their inference and context cache thing uh, better for them and less costly, which means that maybe they can bring the prices down. That would be cool. Well, maybe they will just pocket the the profit too, but I mean, I guess at some point, since there's so much competition, there is somebody who will come up with like a lower cost, like Grok or whatever. Grok with a Q. Yes, technically you could reduce KV cache size. I ported BitNet to MLX last year and made it the fastest and most efficient on device. So this will be a plugin here. Hmm. Okay, so it's not as big of a deal as I thought, but the TurboQuant paper contains serious issues in how it describes RabbitQ. Okay, including incorrect technical claims and misleading theory experiment comparisons. We flagged these issues to the authors before submission. They acknowledged them but chose not to fix them. The paper was later accepted and widely promoted by Google, reaching tens of millions of views. We are speaking up now because once a misleading narrative spreads, it becomes much harder to correct. We've written a public comment on open review. Wow. TurboQuant misrepresents RabbitQ. Is this like one method or algorithm that this guy has worked on or something in one of his papers? Because he's a researcher. He's an AI researcher. Avoid acknowledging key methodological similarity. Calls our theory, yeah, suboptimal. Okay, yeah, okay. So he's unhappy that Google is misrepresenting his algorithms and his research just to boast their own, right? Yeah, okay. But that often happens in papers, unfortunately. Um, reports results under unfair experimental settings. We have expressed our concerns to the authors before the submission, but they chose not to fix them. Yeah, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, 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 okay. I didn't want to be the party pooper, but if you guys imagine that there is a free lunch out there, then I am sorry to disappoint you. Alors, I implemented Google's TurboQuant in Llama CPP with meta-kernels for Apple Silicon, 4.9 times KV cache compression. working end-to-end on M5 Max with Qwen 3.5, 35B, MOE, and Quopus. Quopus, yeah, it's the distill of Qwen plus Opus. 27B. I didn't know there was this thing. That's funny. It's even funnier that Anthropic didn't sue or something. Speed needs work. An optimized shader. Compression target met. Notes. As you see from the Git when I saw one, it's in conjunction with Claude Code and Codex, self steering and babysitting. Turbo. Yeah. Okay. Okay, interesting. Next topic. Leaked iPhone exploit kit. A new iOS exploit kit delivered via compromised legitimate websites. I saw this and I was like, really? Shortly after our publication about on the Corona exploit kit, a collaborating researcher at Lookout flagged a suspicious-looking URL, possibly related to the threat actor from Russia linked with Corona. The URL immediately drew our attention because its path included with RC module.js. We quickly established that RC module.js contained relative offset from shared cache of various iPhone models and iOS versions that were not affected by Corona exploits. Yeah, let's look at the TechCrunch because I guess it will be more introductory. A major hacking tool has leaked online, putting millions of iPhone at risk. Here's what we need to know. Hello, Gonzalo, how are you? Miss you on the stream. Yeah, I know. And you're going to miss me again because so next on Thursday I stream, but after I have another week where I won't stream. But yeah, then I will go back to stream. Come back to stream. Good on you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I took the week to try to think about my next plans, and I think I want to go towards probably creating some like starting a project that could evolve into a startup with co-founders or whatever. Because I'm a bit tired of working alone. So yeah, I was contemplating doing freelance for some time, but actually maybe not. Ideas? Yes. So right now I'm thinking about um I'm thinking about basically doing what Bun and Astro have done in the JavaScript and Python ecosystems, but maybe in another ecosystem that interests me. I have several ideas that are so it's not settled yet, right? But I'm like, what if I can maybe try to help with the software infrastructure, by outputting, by releasing open source tools, open source dev tools basically for certain areas that interest me. And these areas right now might be the next generation of AI wave with the world models, for example, because like Yann Lequin is working on that. Yann Lequin's new startup is working on world models. There's a lot of other. I mean, I think a lot of labs at some point will probably output some world models things. They are probably already working on it, and so. And the interesting thing about the world model paradigm is that it's not only about coding and writing articles or whatever. It's about robotics too, and And usually in robotics, there's a lot of, I mean, there's less tooling, and like there's a need in all the new areas that are going to be affected by the next generations of AI systems, including the world model, the new world model layer that will probably be added to the stack. Uh, it means that now AI system will not only be about, you know, ChatGPT users using, using the AI system to generate text or to generate code. It will the world model layer will be first and foremost aimed, at least in the first few months, years, towards the robotics industry. Or maybe also the autonomous driving industry, like stuff like that. And in this industry, in the robotics industry, there's way less open source tooling and community tools, like open source tools. And so I think there is a need to go there and help people with their, solve their problems. That's what people do when they release open source tools and stuff like that. So yeah, robotics, electronics, and C-level programming. No, but I'm not talking about the electronics and how to, like, I'm not talking about coding the actuators or whatever. I'm talking about the software stack of the robots that will include world model layers that are now being worked on as we speak. That Yann Lequin says his startup will release the first products for robotics, for manufacturing, for autonomous driving in a year from now. Now, like the startup is called AMI, Advanced Machine Intelligence, not Ami Paris, Ami Lequin. Voilà. They've been funded like with $1 billion of funding. So they have a lot of funding. It's mainly so, and also like this is mainly a research startup, right? This is not really an engineering startup, and so my idea is that I would like to maybe like create a startup with other people to create tools and infrastructure, similar to, I don't know, LangChain or stuff like that, around this new concept and this new tooling that will come a year from now. And I would like to start it in a few weeks or something, I'm thinking about doing something like this. I'm also thinking about maybe just, doing what all the boys have been doing for the last few years, which is take an old like tool, either like a security tool or a database tool, CLI, whatever, and rewrite it and doing the same that Bun or Astral have been doing, which is you take an old tool and you just rewrite it in Rust, and now it's 10 times, or it's like 10 times or 20 times faster. And people like when it's fast, because especially when you have a big corporation with bloated systems, like running tests or running linters or whatever, it takes a lot of time and it's annoying. Like Astral has created UV to replace pip. Bun has created Bun to replace Node, right? Bun is written in Zig and not Rust, but this is the same. Like UV, for example, is written in Rust. So I could think about, like, I could also do something like that, rewriting in Rust something that people already use and dropping like a faster Rust-based drop-in replacement to an older tool that people are using. Yeah. I don't know what is the world model. Well, the world model, it's a new, so it's basically the, voilà, you see, AMI is developing world models that learn abstract representation of real world sensor data, ignoring unpredictable details that make predictions in a representation space. World models is the name for a new kind of technology that is different from LLMs. This is beyond LLMs. This is a different technology from LLM that will be able to probably predict what's happening about the world, especially with robots, but also in software, a bit better than LLMs can. And so it's not necessarily going to replace the LLMs, because we still need to generate text, and LLMs have become pretty good at that, you know? But maybe it's going to be like a layer of prediction. It will be like a lobe of the AI brain that is specialized in predicting the future, based not only on text tokens, but also on like actual predictions, you know, like it's very technical, and I don't know all the details, but you know, yeah. The guy of Redis is also a good the guys of Redis is also a good case study. I don't know a lot about LLM and machine learning. Okay. Well, you know, LLMs, it's text based basically, right? It's text based, token, text in, text out, you know? The world models, the world the world models. Yeah, so I think now they use world models, even though world models they have these models have a world model inside them, but well, okay, they are called world models. But yeah, they understand more the real world, right? Yeah. Real world data is continuous, high dimensional, and noisy, whether it is obtained through cameras or any other sensor modality. Voilà. And what you can imagine in the near future, in the like 5 years from now, is that maybe all of the now LLM based systems might also integrate a new layer on top or next to it, so whatever of the system, that includes a world model to predict specifically what will happen next. And this is potentially, and this is still in progress. This is not something that like OpenAI does not use the world model yet in its GPT 5.4, right? Like it's something. I'm talking about the future, but you know, look, if I want to make a startup that integrates into the future, I need to think about the future now, you know, before the future is here. Because when the future is here, it's too late, you know. But even though nothing is too late, but some things, you know, look, it's better if you see it coming, you know. So I've been thinking about that, and yeah, I've been thinking about just rewriting in Rust random stuff. Um, Maybe I can do both also. Maybe I can just try to rewrite a LangChain in Rust or something. Maybe a simpler version of LangChain, because LangChain is a mess. But you know, like a simpler version of some machine learning tooling or whatever in Rust, and also that integrates the future layer of the world model that will be, you know, slapped soon onto most AI systems, because you know, it's very promising. It's a very promising tech. Whether it will be Yann Lequin's version of the tech, or some other startup or OpenAI maybe will come up with their own architecture, and Anthropic with their own world model architecture, of course. Yeah, everything is possible. But so I'm thinking about this. Or maybe I could just like, because one of my little open source tools I want to make is will be in Rust, and will be what I think a product with future database stuff. Yeah, database engines and tooling. Yeah, also I could also do that. Yeah, maybe like, for example, make a very simple TUI, like a simple CLI, like database engine for Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, like the main database types in Rust too, and with a nice TUI interface, for example, that could be used in the terminal. So something that is not really available, or it's not like out there yet, I think. So that could be cool, because like even when I searched for a cool to DB engine or whatever on Linux, I only found like an actual app that opens on the desktop, but there is no cool, nice little CLI tool that I can use. And I know that with Rust, with Ratatouille, I can do an actually cool kind of UI. Like, for example, let me show you. But yeah, I've not finished my tech news, but oh yeah, it's Artemis 2 then. But let me just quickly review this. And also in a few days, Artemis 2 is going to. Well, this is technology, huh? So talking about it. But yeah, I think maybe tomorrow or something. Tomorrow they might depart. They will do a circle around the moon tomorrow. Artemis 2. So yeah, the moon space program is back at it again. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe a few days from now. Yeah, okay. Tech news is done. Up. I think it was postponed. It was postponed. Okay. Yeah, there are some of those, but it's a good project because of some flares. Yeah. Okay, I see. What did I want to show you? Yeah. I wanted to show you Petit. No, it's Petit. What is the name? Petit. Petit Vitals. What is the thing? Cargo run build? No. Cargo run? Voilà. I made this, in bon, this is not the final state, huh? But like with Rust and Ratatouille, you know? So I would imagine, okay, this kind of TUI like this. When you can select, go left, right, Voilà, and it does stuff like that. With these kinds of TUI, but it would be a database engine, for example. I could do that. That would be cool. You know. So this is supposed to be, but this is the mock version. I'm just tweaking the UI, but you know, this would be yeah, database, and I could, because a lot of CLI tools don't have these kinds of interface, and I think that would be cool. Voila, there's a warn because it's fake, it's not real. Voila. I could do something like this, like close to what Claude Code, Open Code do with their TUI, like same kind of paradigm, but with old tools, old CLIs for databases, for you know, all tools. I also want to do for a quick security checkup on the machine. Well, I'm not sure how big this. It's probably going to be a big endeavor. The vulnerability, the security check stuff. But well, at the same time, everything is a big endeavor when you know look into it. So well. The thing with database is that you have to gain trust because messing with database is critical data. Yeah, true, 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 true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Look, at some point, I will make sure my thing work. You know, I will just make sure my thing work. But yeah, for sure. If I start to make a tool for a database, yeah, I will have to be careful. That's for sure. Because it's not light stuff. Alors, but before I need to finish something that I started this afternoon. Finish control Kai update. Extension update. Up. Alors. Ok. Ah, 2x rate limits until April 2nd. Ah, it's pretty cool. April Fool's 2x limits on Codex. Very nice. Okay. Okay. What did I want to test? I wanted to test. Uh, how do I the extensions? Where are the extensions? Oh, uh, Code impact. Pow. And this. Yeah. Okay. Ah yeah. So I updated my Control Chi extension to now because I was using on YouTube. I was using another extension to summarize the transcripts on my YouTube channels. And it turns out that now they increased the free limits on the transcripts. Wait, no, I just want like, what is? Oh, I never go to this. Let's do this. Well, Stitch by Google is shitty right now. Yeah, so you see this extension here? Now they have like, before I could use it like 10 times per day and it would not ask for a subscription or whatever. Now I can only use it once per day and after I have to pay. So I was like, okay, then I'm gonna use my own app. I think to sign up. No. Ok. Mais why would it not work even if I'm not signed up? So the transcript, YouTube need to work even when I'm not signed or logged in, right? Investigate. Read the feature. It takes the transcript of the video and you can ask for a summary. Basically. So here it has the transcript of the video, you know, here. And then you can ask to summarize. So you can have a summary of the video. And that's basically what I was using this extension for. Voila. But it was a bit annoying because I couldn't resize. But even though the summaries were good, but yeah, now you can only use it once per day for free, and then you need to pay. No, so now I'm just yeah, I'm just using that. Google gives the transcript. Yeah, yeah. YouTube gives you the transcript. I guess it's actually using like an in-page feature that pops this, and it just grabs everything and show it here. Yeah, I need to add without sign up the automate enforce and sending an more often when logged out. Never even tried the page option fallback on page where to omitted caption tracks. That was inconsistent with the background code which already supports transcripts extraction via YouTube. I also click on the track I fixed that. Yeah, so now with control, I mean, so it's not it's not yet live. Huh? I haven't pushed this update, but when I will update, probably tonight or tomorrow or whatever, you can use Control Chi to get a transcript to basically ask a chatbot for free if you want with Mistral Small. You can ask your chatbot for something about the video. You know, if there's an information you want to find in the video, you can use Control Chi to find the information inside the transcript of the video. And if you want to even, well, now I need to fix this bug, but if you want to even select parts of if you want to look at the transcript, you can also, select copy. Because the annoying thing with this is that you cannot actually copy the transcript, which is a bit annoying. You need to go on another, because sometimes I do want to like take the transcript and put it into like a GPT 5.4 very expensive model that this guy don't use. I think they use like GPT Gemini or something. And so what I have to do, I have to take the URL, go to another site, go to YouTube transcript, go there, paste if it wants to paste, of course. And then I get the transcript. It's annoying. And then I can copy. You know? So now with Control Chi, you can have your transcript right away. Very easily. Not yet available, soon, no? But yeah. On the I found a real bug that was inconsistent with the background code, which already supports transcript section via YouTube, and I fixed that. I have a bash scripts to get YouTube transcript through Whisper. Um, well, I guess this is a bit overkill, I think. If the videos you want to watch have transcripts, because some videos, especially the newest ones, sometimes don't have a transcript yet. You know, like I guess usually YouTube takes between like a few hours to a few days to upload a transcript. But normally every like spoken YouTube video has a closed captions transcript. Huh? It might not be as good quality though as the whisper. So bon, you know, it depends. Yeah, you know YouTube gives transcript, but this works for me. Yeah, I mean, you know, look, if it works for you, it works for you. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Huh? Yeah, but I was actually also a bit surprised that YouTube gave access to the transcript on the page itself. Because I didn't know about this. I think this is like not my extension. This is like a native feature here of YouTube, and I didn't know that existed. Um, but at the same time, I guess they don't make it available to like curl, you know, or something, or to FFmpeg, or maybe I'm not sure actually. Can you not FFmpeg? Whoa, YouTube DLC, no, YouTube DLP caption. Can you get the captions? Hello Taras, how are you? And I think you can use YouTube DLP to get download captions actually. You'd be blocked. Ah. So maybe you can't. Wait, attends, I just want to check. Subtitles, subtitles, subtitle options. Write automatically generated subtitle files. Write auto subs. So you can actually, I guess. You can use YouTube DLP to get the captions for YouTube videos. Yeah. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yes, I went to the hairdresser last week. So yeah, when I was away. That's right. Thank you. Mm, now tries the page transfer first. Only caption tracks a signal for back. NPM unchecked, but only on prison repo issues and unrelated files. The transcript change itself is small localized. Okay. Okay. Um, wait, what did I want to do? I wanted to add. I need. Alors, on the YouTube.com watch pages to have, if the YouTube transcript chip is not enabled, I need to have the ghost version of it similar to the add current page ghost chip, you know, to add it if I want to. Also, similar to the add current page chip if it's been attached to the previous message, you don't need to include the transcript again in the next message because it will pollute the context of the LLM. It's a redundant resubmission. Voilà, 5.4. Ah yeah, so now we have 2x on codex, 2x limits this week. I mean, no, for a few days. Today, tomorrow. And then I'll watch a course of Rust, probably. Because I need to actually like now that I want to make tools with Rust, I actually need to understand how it works, right? So I have like a 1.5 hour course of Rust that I'm going to watch tonight with you guys if you want, of course, if you want to stay. Watch the Rust. Especially since these tools will be open source. So they will be judged by the Rust fanboys, you know? And I can't take the risk of the Rust fanboys to despise my code, you know? It's the stakes are too high. What is this? Lazy SQL. Oh yeah, very nice. Cross-platform tree database management tool. Ah, bah, voilà, exactly. Voilà, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Ah, but that already exists. So yeah. Cross-platform tree management. Yeah, it's pretty good. My first Go project. He's like me. He's no, he's not like me. No, I thought it was yeah. It's his first Go project. Maybe he's already yeah. He has made other stuff. Ah, maybe not actually. Maybe not. How old is this? Last month, last year, last year. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, yeah. I am not a brilliant programmer. Ah, don't say that. I am just a typical JavaScript developer that wanted to learn a new language. I also wanted a chewy SQL client, so Blanca y en botella, leche, white and bottled. I don't understand what that means, but yeah. This project is in alpha stage. Please feel free to complain about my spaghetti code. Oh la la, he's self-deprecating a bit too much, huh? Come on. I use lazy SQL daily in my full-time job. as a full stack JavaScript developer in its current buggy XD. Haha, he's such a millennial state. So the plan is to improve and fix my little boy as a side project in my free time. He's so relatable. I mean, yeah, seems like a cool project. Ah, voila. Finally, someone on the README of the project that shows the fucking key bindings. This is crazy how nobody's doing this, right? Like, I don't know, like, for which project. I think it was Ghosty, actually. For Ghosty, I had to go into some random guy repo that made like a page just for the Ghosty key bindings because there would not have the key bindings on the README or even on the docs. I haven't found the Ghosty key bindings on the docs. That's why I ended up on this weird guy's like random repo saying like Ghosty key bindings, and I was like, why isn't this in the docs? That's so weird. Yeah, thank you, sir, for the for the key bindings. Like, yeah, it has Vim bindings. Ah, very nice. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a very cool project. OS X, Windows, and it's cross-platform. Probably work on other Windows. Windows 7? But why Windows 7? Linux, Unix, MIT license. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I like so one thing that I like and that's often present in the desktop apps, that you find for database engines, is that I love the fact that I can see the data of a table without actually writing a query. Like I just select the table and it shows me the first few lines and I can scroll. I like this so much because especially when you start a new project or whatever, you don't have many data, so you don't care about doing your queries. You can just scroll real quick, and it's way better. It's more intuitive, I think. So I guess this is what's happening here. This is cool. I mean, yeah, seems like a good project. It's still active. But it's in Go. It's in a Go. But Go is pretty fast. Compared to JavaScript, but it's not as fast as Rust, of course. I'm wondering if there's a like Rust, SQL, VB engine, SQL query engine in Rust. It's a query engine. I don't know. Oh, it's pretty cool. Well, okay, it's very simplistic. Yeah. I'm wondering, like, is he using? I guess he's using. Is he using bubble tea or something? Yeah, the project we just started, I think. Pull requests, issues. 3.7K stars. Yeah, that's good, huh? That's pretty good. And yeah, and I guess he made that because there was nobody else doing this, you know? So this is, I guess, one of the example of this kinds of tool that I could, I guess, do. And I'm pretty sure if you are ambitious enough and if you want to actually interact, with companies and the software engineering environment, going at developer conferences and stuff like that, I'm sure you can build a startup around it. Similarly to, I mean, I'm not sure. I know, because that's what Bun and Astral did. Christophe Colombier. Go. 46 contributors. Aider. Haha. He's an Aider guy. He's also a Claude guy. And it's also interesting if you compare, like, just before launching the stream, I tried to compare Bun and Dino, because in a way, Bun succeeded a bit better compared to Dino, even though they are both JavaScript projects for JavaScript runtime and package managers and stuff like that. And basically, the conclusion on why did Bun succeed more than Dino is just that Bun forced itself to be a drop-in replacement that would not change the workflows and the configs and whatever of existing JavaScript projects. Whereas Dino, even though Dino, even though it's I would like to pronounce it Deno, but yeah, Dino is has first be what was first very opinionated in how it was doing things, and so of course people didn't want to adopt it because they had to migrate all their stuff to Dino, and so people didn't want to do that, to migrate, and with Bun they would just have to npm install Bun, and boom, you can use Bun as your package manager in your existing node modules and whatever, and with Dino it well, now I guess in Dino they understood their errors and they tried to fix it with Dino 2, but it's a bit too late now because now Bun has strengthened its position. So yeah, Bun is faster than Node.js. Yes, a lot faster. Yeah, a lot faster. It's like 20 times faster. I use Node.js and PMPM. Yeah, I mean I use Node and npm still, because I don't need uh fast stuff. Because I don't need Node.js as my backend, so I don't care. But if I cared, I guess I would use Bun. Yeah. Bun is written in Zig, and Bun is like, yeah, 20. I mean, if you go to the Bun website, they show you, and this is one of the main arguments for the adoption of Bun, is that it's crazy fast. I know it's not on the It's not on the README. You know, it's similar to UV, you know, in Python. Hello. Yeah, voilà. Bundling a 10,000 React components. Voilà. In burn, roll down, yes, build, HTTP request per second. Voilà. You know, from Node. Voilà, it's like 3 times more requests compared to Node. Postgres, voilà. Queries per second, 3 times. WebSocket chat server, messages sent per second. You know, a lot more. Oh, yeah, they even dump on Dino, haha, of course. I think Dino is written in Go or something. I don't remember. Yeah. So yeah, basically, you know, for people who only use JavaScript in their entire stack, Bun is like a godsend. You know, it's very fast, and it is a drop-in replacement for npm or pnpm or yarn or all these guys. You know, voilà. 30x faster package installs. You know, you know it's especially important if you package the Node.js into a Docker container, and every time you push the new image or whatever, you need to build, or you start the container, you need to install all the packages or whatever inside the container. With Bun, you can do that way quicker. And that's basically why I switched to UV for Python from Astral. UV, you know, is that basically the packages install like 5 or 10 times faster, depending on the packages. And when I push Zenkan, or when I push, you know, Control Chi, the backend, it creates a container, and every time I push a new version, you know, to launch to no, I think to create the image, it needs to reinstall everything. Yeah, yeah, to create the image, it needs to, you know, open the container and run all the installation of all the packages I need in my Python backend, fast API, whatever, all the libraries I use. And this installation with just pip could take like 10 minutes before, I remember. You know, so between doing push and the website being actually deployed, the new backend being actually deployed, it could take 10 minutes if I did not have anything in cache, right? But with UV, it only takes 2 minutes now instead of 10. So that's way better, you know? And Astral, yeah, basically, they just released, voilà, UV, very fast. Returning Rust. UV, just in case people pronounce it UV, UV. I just installed UV. Alors, when is screen not currently? Okay, let's test this. Let's reload. Okay. Summarize. Okay, Google Stitch, nanana. Okay. Okay, I can add a current page. If I want to analyze the comments, for example, I can add a current page. Now let's say, voilà, I say hello, add transcript, analyze, or give me context. Just use the button, it's just here. Yep. Yeah, okay, it works now. Okay, nice. Okay, it works. It works. And if I go on, for example, well, if I go on this page, yeah, well, it doesn't show the transcripts. I need to be, oh yeah, Bernie. There were so many memes about this, you know, like Bernie versus Claude. Because of course, you know, like people are, you know, people who are not into the AI bubble, who are not interested, like it's so weird to them, you know. Oh, I'm wondering how big. Let's go to the Rust course that I'm going to watch now. Yeah. First, I'm going to watch this, and if I think it's not enough, I'm going to watch the 14 hours course. But first, the quick course. Okay, so now I want to check. Can it actually load this big ass script too? Does it actually show? Oh my god, yes. Oh, it is there. Damn. Just like that, the ending are areas much better way to inform both the developer and the final user what's happening when any of these areas arise. Is this the actual end? Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah, damn. Okay, so there is the entire captions for like 1 hour and a half. Okay. And now can I get summary? Ah, message is too long, yeah. Okay, bon. Good, it's okay. um, hmm. Can I wait? Maybe can I edit? Can I can't edit, huh? No. Yeah. Hmm. Uh, what can I do? Ah, yes. So I need to actually implement a way to do a multipass. How can I do this? Um, so when the transcript is too long, I need to actually break down the Yeah. Okay. Oh, 70% left. Okay. For very long transcripts, I get a try keeping it shorter error because I guess the message is too long. Let's try to circumvent this by by breaking down the long transcript into a correct amount to submit, investigate the code base for that in and in as many messages as needed with like 5 seconds delay between each message. I could do that, or oh, hello, sister, I guess. Hello, how are you? I'm trying to code my my Chrome extension. I'm trying to modify my Chrome extension right now. Um, I'm wondering if it's worth it to like summarize the transcript. No, because that's the point of of the the message. So uh, yeah, I guess breaking down, waiting 5 seconds, and sending as many messages. Because I know that it can take the transcript of the 30-minute video without throwing an error. Uh, mhm. Yeah. I need to break down though. Maybe max 10 messages. Maybe max 10 messages or something. Max maybe max 5 messages. Because I don't want to Max 7 messages. If text is long enough to be broken down in more than 7 messages, just tell the user with an error after the 7th message that this video is way too long. This video is too long. No, this video transcript is too long to be processed. Further. You can copy the full transcript, tell the user they can copy the full transcript by clicking on the chip. Chip to select copy the text directly. Okay. Report before doing. I also, when the breaking down and sending messages every 5 seconds is ongoing, at between each message sending and the response. So wait for the full response before counting 5 seconds. And the breakdown is ongoing. Show a message somewhere relevant to show the user that this is ongoing, and lock the other buttons for the time that it's happening. Make sure no weird state happens while it's going on, while it's going. Okay. I need to think about shipping the backend too, not just the front. to the Chrome Web Store. Oh, the backend reject any single message over 100,000 characters. With your message too long, try keeping it shorter. So the workaround is to keep each user turn under that exact bound, not just under an estimated token count. Yeah. Yeah, 100,000 is like 20K tokens or something. Yeah. Yeah. What is the max context of Mistral small? Yeah. Models. No, I don't want this. Mistral small. 256 context. Oh yeah. Bon, at the same time, Mistral small is small. So if I want good quality, bon. How big OpenAI tokenizer? How big? How big is 100,000 tokens? 20,000. ¿Ah? Parece bom para inglés este modelo, mejor que Whisper. Ok, thank you, Gonzalo. Sorry. Don't worry. It happens sometimes. Do you think we're transcribe a new state of the art in open source speech recognition? Ah. Unmatched transcription and accuracy. Ah, this is like a new Whisper, better que Whisper, yeah. I thought I was speaking English. Yeah, I understood. I understood that. Ah, it's a new Whisper. Well, thank God, because goddamn, Whisper is pretty old at this point, right? So thank God we have a new one. Cohere. Very cool. Looks better than Whisper for English. Very cool. They compare to Whisper, I guess, I hope. Yeah, there's also Voxtroll. I should have tried Voxtroll. OpenAI Whisper Large. Cohere. What is AMI? There's too many AMI. Giga speech. Latest standard for English speech recognition. Then, huh? Why did they bold? Even though it's not the first, like, Whisper. Standardized benchmark evaluating automatic speech across with word error rate. Okay, so lower is better. Lower is better. Okay. 23 Canary. Looks better than Whisper for English. Some parameters lower is better. Some bigger is better. Okay. Very, very easy to to understand them. Very accessible. Transcript transcribe win rate versus model. Ah, voilà. Average. They didn't put their model? Where is the courier? There is no the courier. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, are they crazy? Who wrote this blog post? What? They put a benchmark, they don't put their model inside the benchmark. What? Ah, if bigger than 50%, theirs is better. Ah. Ah oui, non, versus model. Oh là là. Hey, they are not the best huh, at creating tables and charts, I guess. Okay. This is not the most intuitive charts I've seen in my life. Huh? Okay. Transcribe. Oh wait, transcribe win rate versus model. Ah, so it's like their model is 100%? Ah, no. A score of 50% or higher indicates that Cohere transcribe was preferred on average in the head-to-head comparison. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so they're a bit... Yeah, okay. They're slightly better. On average. Italiano. Dutch Portuguese. So they subselect the data. Yes. Yeah, that's why it's weird. And like... Oh, but you know, it's a bit fucked up, I think. You know, it's like, no, we're not manipulating the graphs. We're just, you know, doing this. Why making it simple when we can make it slightly more complex, right? Mm. Throughput, accuracy. Okay. Okay, now this is good. Woo. Now this is good. Okay, yeah, it's better. Very nice. On average, on their selection of data. Yeah. And what the fuck is AMI? AMI datasets. Multiple speaker environments, ballroom style acoustics, diverse accents. So I guess what they want us to see here is this each time they are actually showing the word error rate. It's just that they don't they just show the name of the of the data set or whatever, but it's actually ls other error rate, giga speech word error rate, tedium word error rate, fox populi word error rate. Okay, so lower is better, I guess. That's the only way it makes sense. It's the only way it makes sense. Yeah, so I guess overall they're a bit better, even though they're not better everywhere. For example, here, whisper is a bit better. Yeah, but they're pretty much better every. Bon. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's a very good model. Okay, nice. Is it open source? Yeah, open source. Okay, cool. 2 billion. It's cool. Apache 2. Very nice. Ask yeah, which datasets are more important. Yeah, true. Um, which datasets are the most important here? Well, I'm not sure if Mr. Small will. Ah, maybe. AME meeting transcription benchmark. Okay. Okay, so in AMI, they are the leaders. Earnings 22. They are not the leaders. Giga Speech. They are not the leaders, but they're better than Whisper. Yeah, so Whisper now is a bit old, huh? The only thing that's annoying about Whisper is that it's still pretty much the only option in a lot of the API providers. Like if you go on Grok, um, if you go on Grok, do they have something else? Because I use Grok for my transcription like API. Voila, you see, for the speech recognition models, they even Grok only has Whisper v3. This is a bit annoying. Even though they could use the others, it's only an Apache 2 license like Cohere and I guess the others probably. Quen is probably MIT, right? The Quen 3, Quen 3, ASR. It's MIT license? No, it's Apache 2. Bon, it's almost like MIT. Yeah, it's Apache 2, so anyone can use it how they want. The difference between Apache 2 and MIT is just that there's this weird like legal ritual about the patents or whatever. But it's not actually that different at the end of the day. It's basically MIT with some additional illegal magic formulas. GPT-OSS. You see, like, why is Grok not offering Quen models for the speech? They're only using Whisper. Well, I'm not sure how, because this is not the base Whisper. This is the V3 Turbo. So maybe it's like heavily quantized or whatever. Not sure. Ah yeah, on Hugging Face. Patents are important. It's a tool of giant companies to crush competitions. Yes, true. But I think, well, I don't remember. I read about that a few weeks ago. But basically, Apache 2, the Apache 2 stuff about the patents, yeah, it's really just to be safe, right? It's just to be safe. Bon, even though the MIT license does not actually allow companies to, to crush you with with patents or whatever. Well, it's just not addressed. But bon, it's just that yeah, I guess in some jurisdictions, maybe the Apache 2 magic formulas about the patents could have an impact, but bon, mostly it's still just in case, you know. They haven't added the new models. It's still the old, like it's still the old models. Mickey 2. It's not even 2.5. What's happening with Grok? Well, I guess they just bought like they were bought, or some people from Grok were bought by Nvidia or something. Because now this is pretty old, huh? Like Llama 4. GPT OSS, but this is last year, no? What are they doing? Jimmy K2 also is pretty old at this point. What's happening? What's happening with Grok? I don't know. What was I doing before? Ah, yeah, I was doing this. Hmm? Oh, hello Nat, what's happening? What's happening? Huh? Wait, what happened? I saw something happen on my chat, but it doesn't. I don't see anything. I saw something say thank you Nat. No no no. Ah voilà. Ah thank you Nat for the prime. Thank you Nat for the prime. Okay, it took a bit of time to to arrive. The alert. Okay. Well, guess who's back? Back again. Nat is back. Tell a friend. Oh yeah, okay. I don't wait. Well, guess who's back? Yeah. Attends. With this. You meant this. Voilà. This is the enemy song. Yes, I know. I know. I know. Voilà. Guess who's back? Voilà. Guess who's back? Back again. Nat is back. Tell a friend. Voilà. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? It's Nat. It's Nat. Mhm. And they do this on the car. You know? Thank you for the prime, Nat. Very cool. How about you? Nat is great. Yes, Nat is great. What have you been doing, Nat? I know I just give my sub to you because I hate you and I don't want you taking my money from ads. That's so nasty of you, Nat. Damn. That's so nasty. But I'm working on my Chrome extension. And I also decided to learn Rust for real. So I will when I finish this, I will switch to a course on Rust. Yeah. Um, mm, mm, mm. I'm doing nothing as always. I'm a vagabundo. Really? Don't say that. Have you kissed a girl since late times here, Nat? Girls are running out. Are running at me. They are running at you. Yeah. Since I was a kid, yeah. So you don't even count anymore, right? You kiss so many girls like every day. No, running out me. What does that mean? Running out me? Running out of me? Like, are you a supply that is running out? Ah, running away. Ah, running away from you. Running. So, okay. The correct formulation is girls are running away from me. But no, don't say that, Nat. This is not true. I'm sure this is not true. I don't know English, bro. Don't worry, Nat. So, hey, English, it took me a while to figure out all the. Do you know like the verbs when you need to put another word after, like run away, you know, run away, fly away. It's yeah, it was always very complicated to remember. To is it run out, run away? Not the thing with out. To to run out of is to like not have something anymore. To run away from is to flee, to escape. Yeah, there's a lot of those. Annoying. They love you. Neither I love me. Why I love me? Why girls would love? Yes, very annoying. You're not annoying. You are very creative. You are an exceptional programmer. You are an expert closed captions software engineer. You know, so pretty good now. And you are an incredible violinist too. You can do. Oh, hello, Yannick. How are you? You can do clair obscur at the violin. It's crazy good. So you know, girls will come at you, of course. How are you, Yannick? Wait, I'm just refreshing because I don't see your names correctly. Ah, voilà. Hello, mon calve. Hello. Ah, implemented it, but I told it to not do it. What? What the hell? Report a plan of action before doing, and it did it anyway. That's bad. I don't like that. And no, I'm not a good violinist, but actually, I'm getting better, bro. Yes, I know. Fuck. What is the emoji? Ah, yeah, the like this hee with determined eyebrows. You see, Yannick? Nat says that girls are running out of Nat because there is only a finite supply of Nat, and so you know, when one girl gets Nat, there's no Nat anymore. So they just have to wait in line to get to his house, you know, to kiss him and stuff. Because voila, girls are running out of Nat. That's crazy if you think about it, you know. And just before Nat told us, "Oh yeah, I have so many girls like, you know, wanting to kiss me and stuff." Nat's life is very hard, you know. You want to learn Rust so you can chain, skip, take, map, item. Yes, something like that. Yes. Iter A item F. Yes, exactly. It's just that, bon, you know, all the tools I want to do with Rust, I'm going to full vibe code them. Huh? I'm not going to probably write anything, but I want to be able to critically look at the code and say, this is very not ideal or something, even though it's probably going to be ideal because, bon, you know, nowadays the coding models are pretty good, I guess, at least at the beginning. Maybe as time will go on, maybe I will see the problems, But it's just that, yeah, I just want to have a base understanding of how Rust works, just so that maybe, and I will probably encounter those bugs, even though they are getting rarer. But at some point, I will face a bug that the LLMs will not be able to solve by themselves, and so I will be, I want to be able to at least try to solve it myself, right? So I need to learn Rust. Yes, Yannick, I don't engage in but you're bullying me like always. I'm not bullying you. I'm just describing what you wrote. Yes, bullying you about your English and your girls. Yes, because he has too many. I'm practicing my Rust jokes. Very nice. You want to learn Rust so you can arc RW lock option box your way into an early grave. Exactly. You are totally right, Taras. This is hilarious. This is exactly what I want to do, yes. I don't know at all what this means, but yeah, I'm sure you are right. Do you remember when he erased the bash files and then bullied me because my English was worse than now? You still have this? You still remember this? I remember it too. Yes, I remember it. I was pissed and bullied too, Nat. So I bullied you in return. That's what happened. Yes, I remember. Those who are beaten always remember, but those who beat don't remember. Pretty. No, I remember. I remember because I was beaten and humiliated by your mocking. I remember. I remember being mocked and humiliated. It was very traumatizing for me. For me too. It was very traumatizing. I was completely traumatized. I have PTSD since then. Yeah. God damn, this tree was the holy grail of what? Of rage bait. Yes, now I need to change. I in my stream overlay, I need to add something to change the title of my stream. Chill coding, Chrome extension, and learning Rust, I guess. Voilà. I need to do something to remind me to change the title. You calling me bitch? Really? Well, I don't. Maybe when I'm angry, I just insult people. Yeah, this is true. And I'm sorry about being such an unrefined individual for a second, of course. The joke is that Rust developers spent an inordinate amount of time fighting the compiler, wrapping and unwrapping these layers just to perform basic programming tasks. Yeah, I understand. Well, look, one good side of today's day and age is that maybe I will just let the LLM now fight the compiler. And it's pretty good, I guess, if the compiler, because I've always heard that the Rust compiler is very explicit about what's wrong in the code, when something's wrong. So maybe I guess the LLM can easily solve the compiler errors, I guess. I hope. But yeah, I would just look at the LLM, struggling with the compiler, the Rust compiler, and would be like, good job. Yes, he called me the F word. What? No, no, now you are inventing. This is not true. Fake news. Fake news. This is all fake news. Fake news. True. The ID too, it was offensive, not to me. Yannick is an F word, and you are the first bitch. And have bad English. You're the worst human that I ever know in my whole life. fake news. This is false. I never said that. I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this exact quote. Oh yeah, of course. You remember this exact. This is a coup. This is a manipulation. No. My community is turning against me. No, 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 no. This is fake news. Stop making fake news. Voila, look at the Nightbot throwing a twerking Amogus. Are you happy? Are you not entertained? Voila. That's right. By the way, if you don't see an Amogus twerking, it means that you need to add the 7TV Chrome extension to enable the emojis from outside Twitch to display. See, this is why I said that about forgetting things. But I can't forget things that never happened, Nat. I can't forget things that never happened. Just us can remember correctly. No, I don't think so. Stage 1, gaslighting. This is so ironic that the gaslighters are actually accusing me of gaslighting. That's a whole nother level of gaslighting, if you ask me. It's like he's trying to put the guilt on us. This is cringe, though. Oh my god, so cringe. Reverse psychology. Exactly. That's what you're trying to do. You want to do the 4D chess of psychological manipulation. This is so sad, guys. Oh my god. But what is the bot doing? What that clanker been doing? The pop-up now detects the YouTube transcript would exceed the backend caps and switches to a long transcript path instead of sending one oversized message. The path splits the transcript into safe chunks, send them one by one with a rolling summary to stay under both the 10,000 single message cap and the 200,000 total request cap. Wait 5 seconds after each completed intermediate response and stops after 7 parts. If the transcript still has remaining text after part 7, it appends an error telling the user the video is too long to process further and leave the transcript chip available so they can copy it. While that sequence is running, the pop-up shows live progress text and locks the interactive controls that could corrupt state. Submit model selector, header button, attachment, transcript, and the prompt field. The orchestration entry point is SRC content. And the shared request locking helpers are run SRC content and verification passed. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Up. By the way, do you still have? No. Yes. But I won't say the name that should not be named. Because I know what's going to happen. I haven't heard from him in a while. Actually, I think last stream, I unexpectedly activated him, like 2 weeks before, 2 weeks ago. From him. Yeah, it is very annoying when I say in my room, okay, say my address loud. Yeah. Very annoying, yeah. I know. When I do it too, sometimes it's very annoying. Fortunately, I don't do it anymore. Because now I know. I'm very smart, I don't get baited as much now. I know all of your tricks, and I know how to avoid them now. Pretty real face. The resting bitch face. Alors, let's see if I send. Ah mais non. Ah mais non, this is not. Wait. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this? Did I push? Yeah. Did I? Well, welcome. Okay, now summarize. Ah voilà. Processing transcript part 1, 2. Waiting 5 seconds. Huh? Wait a minute. But let me compact. Rust. Yes, I'm going to watch this, but before I want my extension to run. Yeah, I'm going to watch this on stream. It's 1 hour and a half. Maybe if I speed it up, it can fit, you know? Nat, what is your opinion on Rust? Mm. Ah, ok. Pow. Brr. Okay, but it seems, but what happens under the hood at the end? Ah, yeah, I forgot to say this. At the end, I have just one message. Like, is the first summary added to the context of the second message? I think what's or should every part have its own message and then it's a bug? My opinion is not relevant since I'm not a programmer. But if you Petit is using, well, maybe it's a fanboy language. That's right. Wow. You are a programmer, though, Nat. But sadly, the trans community already claimed Rust. But then, what would be the fanboy language? Haskell. I think Haskell has not yet been claimed. So I think Haskell it is. You know. Usually, if you meet the fanboys, the nerdy fanboys, they are either in Rust. If they're not into Rust, they're into Haskell. Huh? That's just how it is, you know? It's the law of the land. Yeah. Yeah, Haskell. Yeah. Yeah. I met a guy at my work that liked Haskell, you know? I tried to you know, I got his Discord, but he was not very responsive, so I stopped. He was kind of cute, but he did not want to, you know? So I know because I have some experience, okay? I have some experience on trying to hit on Haskell enjoyers, okay? So basically I know everything about Haskell. Yeah, lots of fanboys in there, you know? It's the alternative fanboy language, you know? There is Rust, the highest. The main Rust is like the mainstream fanboy language, you know? Um, art users, yeah, they're mainly all using Rust. But there is also a small tribe of very more niche fanboys that also think of themselves as more elitist because Haskell is more like an academic language or whatever. So they think they're a bit more elitist, and so they use Haskell because Haskell is a functional programming language, So it's like it's functional. It's not like ew like all the others that are I forgot what their name is, but Haskell is just a functional programming, and you have to manage those monads or whatever, and ooh, you don't have any side effects. Ooh, damn, we're so refined, Voila. That's like so elegant. Oh wow. And like you can do so much math with Haskell. Wow. Yeah, that's basically, you know, what's happening. I don't know, but the straight language is Java. This is true. This is objectively true. Yeah. If there was one straight language, it would be Java. Yeah, exactly. Only topped by maybe COBOL, I guess. you know? But yeah, Java, COBOL, Fortran, very straight languages. Yeah. True. The gay is Python. Yeah, maybe. Hey, most of the machine learning libraries are written in Python. Well, no, they are written in C wrapped. They are wrapped in Python, let's say. Um, but who is the CEO of OpenAI? The main big AI lab? Sam Altman. And Sam Altman is gay. Therefore, Python is gay. Thank you for my demonstration. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This was my demonstration. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Voilà. And Elon is gay too. He's not. He did not say. How do you say that? He did not say it. He did not. He's not. He's not say. He's not telling us. But I'm sure. Well, I guess if there's one person that I'm pretty sure is not gay, it's Elon. Elon Musk. I think is not gay. And in a way, that's a good thing. You know. Same with Trump. I think Trump is probably not gay, and maybe that's a good thing. Uh, well, Trump is not gay except in the AI edits where he's kissing Putin on the lips. Of course, there he's gay. But other than that, other than the Putin memes, he's not gay. By the way, I have a complaining about this stream. Maybe this complaining is to Yannick, not to you, Petit. But why my emote is not a GIF like Yannick's emote? You have something against me? Oh wow. Is there a Chad? Do you, if you want, I can put a GIF matchonat, huh? If there is one. Find one. Find one, and I will. If you want, I can put you like the actual. Do you want the Chad emote? Like the Chad video GIF to be your emote, Nat? I have a complaint. No, it's okay. No, it's a complaint with a T at the end. I have a complaint, and I complain. Yeah, good, very straight. Okay, let's do that. Let me log in 7TV real quick. Oh, good, very straight. Yeah, of course. Nat is, as the song says, Nat is very macho. I have already Giga Chad actually. Let's add change emote name. Can I add like a second? Machonat 2. I can't? Why? Hmm? Hmm? No? Ah, voilà. Machonat 2. Voilà. Here it is. Voilà, this is you, Nat. This is so you, okay? Voilà, Machonat. Attends, ah, wait, maybe, is there like a wide version? Not sure. I can't find them. Where is the what? There's no wide? No. They're all square now. I mean, I don't see the wide. Bon, I can't find why, whatever. Okay, it's an animated one. Voilà. Wow, I feel very well represented. Thank you. I've always felt very welcome in this stream. It's a shame that nowadays we have so much prejudice against heterosexuals. It's hard to be different, but thank you guys. I love you y'all so much. You used y'all, Matt, instead of you guys, which means that you are woke officially. You are an official woke person. But wait, that doesn't make sense. Macho Chad. Macho Chad. Wait, doesn't make sense. You are answering to yourself? Oops. No, it was to have an alternative to Machonat, because Machonat said he want. Now I call Nat Machonat, It is new name now on the stream. Well, he wanted the new emoji. Yeah. Are we all good? Yeah, good. Good. This is Giga Chad, but it is Macho Nat. And I thought Macho Chad would make more sense. But that would remove Nat. Yes, that's right. That would remove Nat. The whole point is to have Nat because it's Nat's emote. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, Yannick. Uh, there is only one visible user message in the chat for the whole operation. Oh yeah, also I added in my Neovim text to speech. Look, if I do this. Oh damn. It's very yeah. I also the yeah, also the word follower stuff is not good, but yeah. Yeah, it almost works, you know? It works if there's not like code stuff, code slashes. It works, but other than that, no, it doesn't work. We do need to be careful, yes. Blah, 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 blah. But blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you see it. Hey, I added it to my Novim. Novim is so great. Novim best system. Ay, ay, ay. It's just I really thought it was like when I installed it, I thought it was an old school vocoder or something, but no, it's an AI voice, and so it's fucked up a little bit, fortunately. Opinion on Neovim? Yannick is an interviewer tonight. Nat, your opinion on this? Your opinion on Neovim? Your opinion on the rest, Nat? Hmm? Do you have an opinion? You know, it's like the, the stretch interviews. Please, sir, do you have an opinion on Neovim? Please, sir, do you have an opinion on Rust? Do you think it's for fanboys? What do you think about Haskell? Do you think it's for fanboys too? Do you like functional programming, sir? That's pretty cool. This is the guy who take my jug from me. Hey, the sus emoji doesn't work. Wait. Yes, I want to know the only straight opinion in the stream. That's right. That's right. This is true. Dude, I guess fanboys like to complicate life. So again, it's a fanboy stuff. I don't need to be complicated to be good. Just use Notepad or VS Code. That's right. Nat, that's crazy. That's such a straight answer. You are crazy straight, actually. You are very straight, Nat. Huh? Wow. At every answer, at every word you utter, your straightness shows. This is crazy. Maybe use paper, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the straightest option, right? Nat, are you a secret Emacs Ultra? That would be that would be so fun. Write on paper, pass the scan, and done. Yeah, print your emails. You know the emails you receive, print them. That's what the straight people do, huh? You know? It's only gay people who like read the mails on the computer. Real straight people, they print their mails, okay? That's right. Punch cards? I even better. Even better. I'm very straight, so I only use Fortran on punch cards to code. You know? That's what that's how the boys used to do it back in the days. Why emails? If you have letters, that's right. Write down the ones and zeros. That's right. Assembly? That's gay. I only write in binary. That's what the real men do. Attends, let me read this. There is only one visible user message in the chat for the whole operation. In the long process, handle submit at one user, then handle long separate backlog request behind the scene. Yes, the server is injected into part two. Each chunk request is built with a running summary as so far. Each chunk request is built with a running summary so far. Section SRC content, the sentence special. A compressed model summary of chunk one. Okay, but I do not want that because with each part processed, the summary of the first message gets diluted. Full transcript in history, and the final answer plus the internal summarization that happened during processing is diluted with each new injection. Let's do this. Multiply by 2x the limits of characters from 100k to 200k. And now make sure each each part of the transcript has its own summary printed as a message, and then just resubmit summary printed as a message, then make sure submit the second part with the same prompt as the first to have the second message, etc. Basically, the goal is to reconstruct a conversation where the user would have asked the same prompt about with each part of the transcript. So at the end, you have like max 7 messages with with a summary for each part. I guess it's okay. I prefer the multi summary solution to this injection of the summaries into other summaries. No, no, no. I guess we take slow with evolution because no one likes AIs. So let's get back to the paper. That's right. Like in June, you know, they banished the computers. Yannick, you understand me? We need this. But you only do Java. Sage. No, there's no public static void main string args in binary. So sad. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, So bright. Damn. Pretty impressive. Now imagine if you have an idle computer executing your handwritten binary. Would you pay more in energy or in ink in a month? That's a very good question. Do you have another, Yannick? That's an excruciatingly good question. That's a tremendously good question. Tremendously good question. No, I think one of us has to try. Wow. I think we know who. There's one person here that knows how to write in binary. So I guess, guess we should try. Bon, oh, I didn't start, huh? I don't care about my extension. I want to start my Rust course. So I'm going to start my Rust course. Bon, except if it finishes. Bon, let's just start. Rust! Femboy time! Femboy time! Pew, wee, 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 wee. Femboy time! We learn Rust! I think one of us has to try. Who? You. Yes. I did finish the C50 from Harvard. Maybe I should watch this course. Just, you know, just for culture. Because I've never actually have had a course with C, for example, which is like the base course of in computer science degrees, I guess, right? I've never had this. So I guess maybe I'm missing on some weird knowledge. I'm like, maybe if I had learned C, I could have understood some things or something. Ned, I found your secret TikTok account. Wow. The C50 is not C. Ah, that's good. What is this? What is the language they use in the C50? Is it C++? Okay, I have to check that out, of course. Thank you. Oh my god. Now I know how to install my GPU. Wow. So nice. Damn. I think this is the best tutorial I've ever watched ever. You know? It's a great I love the fact that you can clearly see it's not him, right? So it's not his video. Right. It's very simple. Voila. Okay. Very simple. Goodbye. Here's how to install your GPU. It's very simple. Goodbye. Ooh. You know that I did a tutorial for Yannick, right? I opened the stream just for Yannick. Wow. Wow. Really? This is literally me. Yes. Very nice. C50 is more about the logic of programming. So you learn about binary, that website, Scratch, I guess, this stuff, but with very good professors from Harvard. It's a good course. I never finished, but I have 8 hours of 12 hours straight. Oh. Do you learn about like the inverse binary tree or whatever, stuff like that? Like the binary trees and, you know? Do you learn about this? Because I've always heard that in the programming interviews, they ask you to revert a binary tree or something. And I've never cared enough to look what was reverting a binary tree and how would you do it and why it's important because I really don't care, you know? But I guess yes, I didn't finish. Okay. If he didn't have a beard, he would be pretty cute, you know? Fortunately, he has a beard, but whatever. Free Code Camp has the course for free. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should try. Alors, Rust deals with low-level details of memory management that everyone can see. Attends, let me... Attends, I watched it. I watched 2 or 4 hours. This one, 25 hours. Oh, wow. Attends, let me just... 25 hours? That's... no. Wait. Yeah, that's like one day. It's funny that they count 20... Wait, so they count 24 hours as one day? Like, that's weird, no? Yeah, it's 24. Yeah, so it's one day. Yeah, they go from 24 to one. Ugh, that's annoying. Why would they do this? Come on. Oh yeah, it's FreeCodeCamp Camp and CS50. It's funny. I'm unemployed. Me too. Don't worry. 24 hours later, I'm a CS graduate. Exactly. Look, see, lecture 1. Arrays, algorithm, memory, data structure. You know, like this is all the things that I never learned. Like memory, you know, like the pointers and stuff. I never learned that. Except, no, I have a basic understanding of what a pointer is because I actually tried to learn fourth how to use the language Forth, which is a very obscure like CPU language that's only used in like in certain embedded systems and like weird CPU companies or whatever that are very specialized. And Forth deals with a pointer and a it's a stack based language or whatever. So I know a bit about that, I guess. But I'm sure this is not how modern programming languages work. Artificial intelligence, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Flask. The end. Flask. I learned a little bit because I did like 4 courses talking about the same thing. But I never really used. I just do CRUDs and done. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the beauty of the computer science degree is that you mostly learn about stuff that you will never use, that that's the beauty about university as a whole, usually, you know? Like and just the entire schooling system, right? It's like you learn about history and math and whatever just so you can do some ads on Facebook at the end, but yeah, that's I guess it's to an extent it's quite similar for computer science, even though here you just learn the basic yeah the foundations, right? To know where it all comes from, even though you're not going to use it every day, yeah. But I guess it's still useful if you want to, have culture and be a knowledgeable member of the software engineering society, And I guess to an extent, I'm sure that certain tools interact with these low level elements in very specific ways, right? Like I'm sure that if you want to create like a new database or something, you know, I'm sure you have to know your memory and your algorithms and your data structures pretty well, right? To make something that makes sense, right? You cannot be too high level. But yeah, I guess that if you're just going to copy to work as a web dev with JavaScript, well, yeah, you're probably not going to use any of that. I guess it's just because we are in web app stuff. Yeah, I have no idea how to real programming. Even in real like systems programming or even in a real programming, there's a lot of abstractions and libraries and stuff similar to web dev. It's just that in the web dev, I guess it's very, very, very developed because the browser is a very peculiar environment. Um, but like I did a bunch of Python, I did a bunch of JavaScript, so yeah, it doesn't qualify, but yeah. I'm sure that even in Rust, most things are abstracted away, right? At least there is a path to use an abstracted version of it, even though it's probably less abstracted than Python, of course. But if you use Go, I guess there's a lot of things that are abstracted away. It's only in C. Do some web app is kind of simple compared to other things. Maybe I don't know. It's just an impression. No, I don't. I mean, it depends on the scale of things, that you are doing, I guess. But no, making a web app is not particularly simple, I think. I think if you drop a person that has never done any web dev into the web dev ecosystem, I think the person will just think that web dev is crazy hard, because the web dev environment is so weird and that's so specific ways of functioning that is not present in the base computer science paradigm. Like the web dev is very specific about everything it does, I think. When I switched from Python to, or even like, because I used JavaScript as a scripting language in Google Apps Script back then. which is like a weird interface from Google to programmatically add scripts to Google Sheets and Google Words, Google Docs, stuff like that. But when I actually tried to learn web dev for real, it was very confusing. Uh, because yeah, everything is new in web dev. Like like the whole concept of back end, front end, and all the weird stuff that's happening around it, and how like some how Next.js tries to make both cohabit in the same code base where the backend code and the front end code is next to each other. It's very weird, huh? And the fact that you can do the same thing in web dev, a billion different versions. If you want, you can have the front end in one language, the back end in another, or two in JavaScript in the same folder, or so many weird things about web dev. Like it's because I guess there's so many usage of web dev apps nowadays that there's a lot of people thinking about lots of stuff, you know, even though sometimes it becomes a bit crazy. If you start, let me read. There is no point of learning current stuff as it changes very quickly. Yeah, also, if you start developing a course, it would be outdated once you would finish it. Yeah, probably, yeah. If you are doing, I mean, yeah, it's more useful to learn the stuff that are going to be useful, or at least the kind of concepts, yeah, that are going to be useful for a long time. So yeah, the foundations, basically, of computer science. If you are doing some game, for example, you will need to know how to distribute your memory, how to erase data, and how to access your memory, blah blah blah. Yeah, true. But I think this is true for any program to an extent, I guess. Not sure. If you do mods for gaming stuff, I was learning about this because I want to do mods for games, but for me it was being very hard because everything is about memory. Well, yeah, I mean, in the same way, the web dev environment has some assumptions about how things should work. In game dev, there's also some assumptions about how things should work. Like the tick stuff. Like some calculations that should happen every tick. That can make a game laggy or not if you mismanage that. Then there's the shaders and lighting and the graphics and blah. Yeah, you need to take values from memory because you need to modify these values, but you cannot take a temporary one. You need a real value that will not be erased from memory. Well, I'm not sure what game dev, and also it depends. Like, for example, it depends if you code a game from scratch with your own game engine, for example, that you make yourself. Yeah, that's horrible. That's very long, and that's a pain in the ass because then, yeah, you do need to manage stuff very low level. I guess if you implement it in C or whatever, maybe in Python less so, for example. But well, maybe a game engine in Python is not the best idea, right? So yeah, but like for example, if you are a game dev in Unity, you will code in C sharp. All your code will be C sharp, and Unity makes available a lot of abstractions to help you, code for your game with abstracted things that are like packages, but it's just specifically made for Unity. So in Unity, you will not have to manage every bit of memory and stuff manually. I think you will just there will be some scaffolding made for you to make your job easier. I just can't understand how to do that easily. It's just too hard for me. Yeah, I agree. I just use simple because I'm used to it web dev, but I'm very bad doing this though. Maybe I need to take some classes with pirate software guy. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough pirate software and what he teaches in his streams, so I don't know. But yeah, But yeah, I mean, it's just that yeah, each area has their own yeah standards, that are sometimes very different from each other. Like the game dev standards are very different from the web dev standards, that are very different from the systems programming, or the Windows native apps, .NET kind of apps sometimes. Well, even though they're all doing computers, it's all programming. So at the end of the day, voila, you are, it's always variables and classes and functions and whatever, you know. But yeah, some things can differ, at least at the architecture level. Neither I just remember that drama about his code. Okay. I think you need to work at Blizzard first. That's right. Allez, rest for a few minutes. Oh, we hear his mouth noises. It's as if I would like he's talking. He's talking like this. Ew! He's ghosting. He's ghosting. Why not read the official documentation? I'm going to do that too later. I just wanted to watch something. Okay. Instruct. Wait, what? What is the strut? Hmm. Okay, that's not for me. I don't like listening to this. We are going to go to the official Rust doc there. Get started. No, I just want learn. Voilà. Rustlings. Rustlings guides you through downloading and setting up the Rust toolchain and teaches you the basics of reading and writing Rust syntax and the command line. It's an alternative to Rust, by example. Rust, by example, as you covered the book. Read the book. Okay. Well, in a way, I would like to learn more about Rust more than just straight coding. I mean, I want to learn how to code in Rust, but also I want to learn about the lore, around the language, not just the code itself. Um, well, the version of the text assumes you're using Rust 1.9, released in 2025 September, or later with edition 2024 in the cargo toml file of all projects to configure them to Rust 2024 edition idioms. See the installation section of chapter 1 for instructions on installing or updating Rust, and see Appendix E for information on the edition. The HTML format is available online at doc rustlang stable-hook and offline with installation of Rust made with Rust doc book open. Several community translations are also available. The text is available in paperback and ebook format from Nostalgia Press. A different version of the Rust book featuring quizzes, highlighting, visualization, and more. Oof, maybe not, huh? Yeah, okay. Forward. I don't know. I'm going to read now for a few more minutes. The Rust programming language has come a long way in a few short years from its creation and incubation by a small and nascent community of enthusiasts to becoming one of the most loved and in-demand programming languages in the world. Looking back, it was inevitable the power and promise of Rust would turn heads and gain a foothold in systems programming. What was not inevitable was the global growth in interest and innovation that permeated through open source communities and catalyzed wide-scale adoption across industries. At this point in time, it is easy to point to the wonderful features that Rust has to offer to explain this explosion in interest and adoption. Who doesn't want a memory safety and a fast performance and a friendly compiler and a great tooling among a host of other wonderful features? The Rust language you see today combines years of research in systems programming with the practical wisdom of a vibrant and passionate community. The language was designed with purpose and crafted with care, offering developers a tool that makes it easier to write safe, fast, and reliable code. What makes Rust truly special is its roots in empowering you, the user, to achieve your goals. This is a language that wants you to succeed, and the principle of empowerment runs through the core of the community that builds, maintains, and advocates for this language. Since the previous edition of this definitive text, Rust has further developed into a truly global and trusted language. The Rust project is now robustly supported by the Rust Foundation, which also invests in key initiatives to ensure that Rust is secure, stable, and sustainable. This edition of the Rust programming language is a comprehensive update reflecting the language evolution over the years and providing valuable new information. But it is not just a guide to syntax and libraries, it's an invitation to join a community that values quality, performance, and thoughtful design. Whether you're a seasoned developer looking to explore Rust for the first time or an experienced Rustation looking to refine your skills, this edition offers something for everyone. The Rust journey has been one of collaboration, learning, and iteration. The growth of the language and its ecosystem is a direct reflection of the vibrant, diverse community behind it. The contributions of thousands of developers, from core language designers to casual contributors, are what make Rust such a unique and powerful tool. By picking up this book, you're not just learning a new programming language, you're joining a movement to make software better, safer, and more enjoyable to work with. Welcome to the Rust community! Beck Rumble, Executive Director of the Rust Foundation. Very nice. Welcome to the Rust programming language, an introductory book about Rust. The Rust programming language helps you write faster, more reliable software. High-level ergonomics and low-level controls are often at odds in programming language design. That's right. Rust challenges that conflict. Through balancing powerful technical capacity and a great developer experience, Rust gives you the option to control low-level details, such as memory usage, that we've talked about, without all the hassle traditionally associated with such control. Who Rust is for? Rust is ideal for many people for a variety of reasons. Let's look at a few of the most important groups. Teams of developers. Rust is proving to be a productive tool for collaborating among large teams of developers with varying levels of systems programming knowledge. Low-level code is prone to various subtle bugs, which in most other languages can only be caught through extensive testing and careful code review by experienced developers. In Rust, the compiler plays a gatekeeper role by refusing to compile code with these elusive bugs, including concurrency bugs. By working alongside the compiler, the team can spend its time focusing on the program's logic rather than chasing down bugs. I mean, one of the things that I hope to unlock with this compared to Python, for example, is that Python is usually only one thread at a time. Like when you execute a Python script, it's always running in one thread, and you need to use like an external library called multi-threading that involves modifying heavily your code base to be able to use multiple threads. That's a bit annoying. I think with Rust you can do it without this hassle. Well, even though I guess Rust comes with its own hassles, so we'll see. Rust also brings contemporary developer tools to the system's programming world. Cargo, the included dependency manager and build tools, makes adding, compiling, and managing dependencies painless and consistent across the Rust ecosystem. The Rust SFMT formatting tool ensures a consistent coding style across developers. The Rust language server powers integrated development environments, IDE integration for code completion and inline error messages. By using these and other tools in the Rust ecosystem, developers can be productive while writing systems-level code. Students. Rust is for students and those who are interested in learning about system concepts. Using Rust, many people have learned about topics like operating system development. The community is very welcoming and happy to answer students' questions. Through efforts such as this book, the Rust teams want to make systems concept more accessible to more people, especially those new to programming. Companies, Hundreds of companies, large and small, use Rust in production for a variety of tasks, including command line tools, web services, DevOps tooling, embedded devices, audio and video analysis, entrance coding, cryptocurrencies, bioinformatics, search engines, Internet of Things applications, machine learning, and even major parts of the Firefox web browser. And now, Linux? I'm not sure. At least there are some people are pushing for Linux, Rust, things. Because now the Rustations are everywhere, even close to the Linux kernel. So yeah. Open source developers, Rust is for people who want to build the Rust programming language, community developer tools, and libraries. We'd love to have you contribute to the Rust language. People who value speed and stability. Rust is for people who crave speed and stability in a language. By speed, we mean both how quickly Rust code can run and the speed at which Rust lets you write programs. Well, even though I've heard that the speed at which you write programs in Rust is not that fast. Huh? Well, maybe it's more stable at the end though. But the Rust compilers checks ensure stability through features additions and refactoring. This is in contrast to the brittle legacy code in languages without these checks, C and C++, which developers are often afraid to modify. By striving for zero-cost abstractions, higher-level features that compile to lower-level code as fast as code written manually, Rust endeavors to make safe code be fast code as well. The Rust language hopes to support many other users as well. Those mentions here are merely some of the biggest stakeholders. Overall, Rust's greatest ambition is to eliminate the trade-off that programmers have accepted for decades by providing safety and productivity, speed and ergonomics. Give Rust a try and see if its choices work for you. Who this book is for? This book assumes that you've written code in another programming language. This is the case, but it doesn't make any assumptions about which one. We try to make the material broadly accessible to those from a wide variety of programming backgrounds. We don't spend a lot of time talking about what programming is or how to think about it. If you're entirely new to programming, you would better served by reading a book that specifically provides an introduction to programming. How to use this book? In general, this book assumes that you're reading it in sequence from front to back. Later chapters build on concepts in earlier chapters, and earlier chapters may not delve into details on a particular topic, but will revisit the topic in a later chapter. You'll find two kinds of chapters in this book: concept chapters and project chapters. In concept chapters, you learn about an aspect of Rust. In project chapters. We'll build small programs together, applying what you've learned so far. And in chapter 2, chapter 12, and chapter 21 are project chapters. The rest are concept chapters. Chapter 1 explains how to install Rust, how to write Hello World program, how to use Cargo, Rust package manager, and build tool. Chapter 2 is a hands-on introduction to writing a program in Rust, having you build up a number guessing game. Here we cover concept at a high level, and later chapters will provide additional details if you want to get your hands dirty right away. Chapter 2 is a place for that. If you are particularly a meticulous learner who prefers to learn every detail before moving on to the next, you might want to skip chapter 2 and go straight to chapter 3, which covers Rust features that are similar to those of other programming languages. Then you can return to chapter 2 when you like to work on a project applying the details you've learned. Okay. In chapter 4, you'll learn about Rust's ownership system. Chapter 5 discusses structs and methods. Chapter 6 cover enums, match expressions, and if, let, and let else control flow constructs. You'll use structs and enums to make custom types. Nat, you need to start rusting. Yeah. Just write in Rust, bro. Just write in Rust, bro. It's the best language. Maybe I need a job. Oh, by the way, that when is the you are still preparing the exam, the entrance exam, right? For the job, right? And you need to turn gay or a girl. Yeah. Or both by learning Rust and becoming a fanboy. That's right. Maybe, I mean, women don't want me, so maybe men want? Oh, yeah. I can assure you that the answer to this question will always be yes. Any of you wants me? Unfortunately, even though Brazil is the biggest border of France, you know, neighboring border. Unfortunately, not we're a bit far apart. We can become the girlfriend. Yeah. Nat, I think you highly you highly underestimate how um how thirsty gay men are on the apps, you know? Nat, if you post your picture of you on Grinder tonight, within 30 minutes, you will receive at least 10 messages. I'm sure. 10 messages from other men asking you to have sex within the next hour. You know? So yeah, you will have tremendous success, Nat. if you become gay. Let me tell you. You know? This is real. Petit, your answer about the job. Not yet. They didn't start the interviews yet. Do you believe on that? Ah, okay. I'm almost giving up. I'm ugly, bro. First of all, I've seen a real picture of you, and no, you're not ugly. And actually, you know, lots of gays are into manly man, including those that have some, you know, that are not the most muscular and athletic or whatever, you know, like never, never underestimate the amount of thirsty gay men on any like dating app or not dating, just, you know, meeting app, because like it will always be above what you expect. Trust me. Chapter 4, you learned about Rust's ownership system. Chapter 5 discusses structs and methods. Chapter 6 cover enums, match expressions, and the if let else control flow constructs. You'll use structs and enums to make custom types. Chapter 7, you learned about Rust's module system and about privacy rules for organizing your code and its public application programming interface API. Chapter 8 discusses some common collection data structures that the standard library provides, vector strings and hash maps. And Chapter 9 explores Rust's error handling philosophy and techniques. Chapter 10 digs into generics, traits, and lifetimes. which gives you the power to define code that applies to multiple types. Chapter 11 is all about testing, which, even with Rust safety guarantees, is necessary to ensure that your program logic is correct. Of course. Chapter 12 will build our own implementation of a subset of functionality from the grep command command line tool that searches for text within files. For this, we'll use many of the concepts we discussed in the previous chapters. No, Nat, you're very beautiful. Sure. You're very beautiful. Yes. And now, you know, I'm sure you're even more beautiful now because you do the bike, stuff. So don't worry, Nat. It's coming to you. The girls, and if you become gay, the guys will come to you. They are coming. Yeah, you are biking, Nat is a professional biker now. He's biking so much, you know? Yeah. Forget the bike. What? What? Nat, you told me you were going to bike until you are 99 years old? What the fuck? I'm eating as a motherfucker. Oh, don't tell me that, Nat. Nat, that was not on the contract. You swore on your life that you are going to bike regularly until you are 99 years old. I expect you to fulfill that promise. I got depressive and sick. Eh ben, be depressive and sick on your fucking bike. Sorry, but you need to you need to bike. You need to bike, Nat. Well, if you're too sick, maybe not. If you're too sick, maybe not. And if you're depressive, well, you can be depressive on the bike. It's possible. You're right, actually. It's just that it's like it's like homework. Sport is like homework. You need to do it even though you don't want to. Mm. Chapter 13 explores closures and iterators, features of Rust that come from functional programming languages. In chapter 14, we'll examine cargo in more depth and talk about the best practices for sharing your libraries with others. Chapter 15 discusses smart pointers that the standard library provides and the traits that enable their functionality. It's like the marketing reading string, but actually well written. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly that. It's exactly this. Yeah. Look, Nat, it's not bad if you stopped. It's not bad if you stop the bike for a few weeks. Huh? It's okay. The bike will follow you for years. It will be a lifelong endeavor. So it's not bad that you stopped for a few weeks. It will not, like your body takes months and months to change the fat and the muscles and all that. So it's not bad if you stop for a few weeks, as long as you get back to it, and you establish your regular. Yes, I just went for a few weeks. Voilà, exactly. 15 weeks, just this. It's not been 15 weeks. Come on, maybe a little more. No, no, no. No. You stopped for, let me tell you. You stopped for 5 weeks and this is totally fine, okay? So now you're going to get back to it. And, sometimes some studies have shown if you stop doing the sport that you do regularly and you get back to it, usually you can get back to it even quicker than when you first started because your body remembers, how to reactivate the thing. So now it will be even easier to be able to do a lot of bike. Okay. Yeah, just 5 weeks. Well, exactly. You see? So easy. No big deal. Okay. No big deal. You can just go back to it, and it's like nothing happened. It's like nothing happened. You're going, yeah, and then you're going to. Does 5 weeks matter when you know that you will be doing this for the next 30 years of your life? Maybe not. Or even more, the next 70 years of your life. 5 cube weeks. Right? Yeah, everyone agrees. 5 weeks. Yes. In chapter 14, we examine cargo in more depth and talk about best practices for sharing your libraries with others. Chapter 15 discusses smart pointers to the standard library and the traits that enable their functionality. In chapter 15, we'll walk through different models of concurrent programming and talk about how Rust helps you program in multiple threads fearlessly. In chapter 17, we build on that by exploring Rust async and await syntax along with tasks, future, and streams and the lightweight concurrency model they enable. Chapter 18 looks at how Rust idioms compare to object-oriented programming principles you might be familiar with. Chapter 19 is a reference on patterns and pattern matching, which are powerful ways of expressing idea without Rust programs. Throughout Rust programs. Chapter 20 contains a smorgasbord. What the fuck is a smorgasbord? Where's my... yeah. Oh, I can't execute? Of course, they're nerds. They deactivate JavaScript. But I don't know what is a smorgasbord. What is a smorgasbord? Me on the bike. Wow. Yeah. At least, you're writing. There's the crab. Ah, really? Where is the crab? Ah, yeah, the crab. Yes, the crab. So what is the smorgasbord? It's a Swedish term that refers to a buffet meal with a wide variety of hot and cold dishes. Additionally, it includes an assortment. In a broader sense, smorgasbord can also be used metaphorically to describe any situation or collection that offers a diverse range of choices and options, like a smorgasbord of ideas or a smorgasbord of activities. The word itself is a combination of the Swedish words smorgas, open-faced sandwich, and board, table. Wow. The more you know. Ah, I said it first. Ah, yes, you were first, Yannick. It will be hand graved. Don't worry. I learned Swedish for a while, and a smorgas is a sandwich, and board is just a board, and it just means a wide variety because there are lots of sandwiches on the board. Wow. I should have read you because I would have saved some time. But yeah, you did say said you did. say it first. Is it correct? I'm not sure. Yeah. So it's a lot of sandwiches on the board. I need to take my shower. Eh ben, okay, Nat. Be right back. Okay, but I will soon leave. So good night, Nat. Good night, I think, because after this, I will probably leave. It's midnight. It's past 30. Yeah. If you're not here, okay, see you next time. Yeah, see you next time, Nat. Bye bye. Bye bye. Chapter 20 contains a smorgasbord of advanced topic of interest, including unsafe rust, macros, and more about lifetimes, traits, types, function, and closure. Unsafe rust? Oh my god, it's possible. Bye bye. Yeah, see you. See you. See you, Nat. Let's play pick someday again. Yeah, okay. I won't be able to this Friday and tomorrow either. I'm fully full. But after the 11th of April, I think I will, because so today I streamed, Thursday I stream, Friday I don't stream, Saturday, I mean Friday I never stream, but no, I stream sometimes. Friday and 10 days later I can't stream, and then I will be available again after the 11th of April. So yeah, they have updates. Okay, yeah. So we should play. Yeah. So we will play when I come back. When I come back from the second holidays week, I will. Yeah, we will have to play. Yeah. Good. Sus. Why sus? In chapter 21, we'll complete a project in which we'll implement a low-level multi-threaded web server. Wow. Finally, some appendixes contain useful information about the language in a more reference-like format. Anyway, see you later, guys. I love you. Bye-bye. Yeah, love you, Nat. You see, you're already gay. Very nice. And you know, there is also stuff borrowed from Old Norse, like Yuletide, winter, Christmas time, or Mörk, which is dark. Wow. Old Norse, Yuletide. Ah, it makes me think about Vermintide. You know, like the Warhammer name of the game, the name of the game. Vermintide or something. Yuletide. Murk. Dark. Murky. Interesting. Finally, some appendixes contains useful information about the language in a more reference-like format. Appendix A covers Rust keywords. Appendix B covers Rust operators and symbols. Appendix C covers derivable traits provided by the standard library. Appendix D covers some useful development tools, and Appendix E explains Rust additions. Appendix F, you can find translations of the book, and Appendix G will cover how Rust is made, what nightly Rust is. There is no wrong way to read this book. If you want to skip ahead, go for it. You might have to jump back to earlier chapters if you experience any confusions, but do whatever works for you. An important part of the process of learning Rust is learning how to read the error messages the compiler displays. This will guide you toward working code. Yeah. As such, will provide many examples that don't compile along with the error messages. The compiler will show you in each situation. Know that if you enter and run a random example, it may not compile. Make sure to read the surrounding text to see whether the examples you're trying to run is meant to error. In most situations, will lead you to the correct version of any code that doesn't compile. Ferris will also help you distinguish code that isn't meant to work. Ah, it's the name of the crab. The crab has a name. The crab has a name. It's Ferris. It's little fella Ferris. Wow. This code does not compile. This code panics. This code does not produce the desired behavior. Okay, so when Ferris is here, it's bad news. he is he is the messenger of bad news. Okay, of course we need to not shoot the messenger. In most situations, will lead you to the correct version of any code that didn't compile. Okay, getting started. Let's start your Rust journey. There's a lot to learn, but every journey starts somewhere. In this chapter, we'll discuss installing Rust on Linux, macOS, and Windows, writing a program that prints hello world using Cargo, Rust's package manager and build system. And I'll stop there. Voilà, the blue balling of all time. But it's too late. And I wake up early tomorrow, so I need to, yeah, I need to leave now. Very nice. I wish you all a good night. And next stream, yeah, next stream. So I will do the tech news as always, and I will also continue to read the Rust book. I guess maybe will I want to learn about it before? Yeah. Yeah, no, no, yeah, no, I will do that because tomorrow I don't have the time to do anything. So yeah, no. So tomorrow we continue. Tomorrow, Thursday, we continue the book after tech news. And maybe for the streams. So after that, I will not stream, and then when I come back, I will have taken a decision about if I continue the tech news or not. Because my videos have had, I think I've made like 50K views, on my clips channels. Bon, I never published a video or something else. So maybe I should probably do that first. But maybe I don't want to become a YouTuber after all. But not becoming a YouTuber means that I will not become a streamer either. So bon, I will always continue to stream. Huh? I will always continue to stream at least a little bit or a lot bit if I work on open source tools, for example. Yeah, but I need to think about it because maybe well, the clips, well, the clips. I'm not sure if they do anything. 50K views. Well, even though there was like a peak when I promoted to India that made like 25K views. Well, in one day, I'm not sure if this is real views. So maybe it's like 25K views in 3 months. What do you use to cut? I use Blender. Blender with some heavy add-ons that I made myself to cut the clips from the streams. I take the full stream, I cut, like I use the overlay stuff to cut the portion that I want to make a clip of. I put it into a new scene and I run the add-ons and the add-on add captions, analyze the captions, cut the silences, level the audio, and then I have a candidate for a small clip. I do that. I heard Kden Live is quite good. It's also open source and made by KDE. Yes, I know, but the problem with Kden Live is that it's not very scriptable. The scriptability of Kden Live is less than the scriptability of the Blender VSC. Even though the Blender VSC is not that featureful, right? It's not very there's not a lot of features, but it's completely scriptable. Like every button of every UI in the Blender UI, including the Blender video editor, is fully scriptable in Python, and the document and the docs is very well written. Whereas in KDE, in Kden Live, it's not at all like that. And same with all the other software. Like it's the same with Adobe Premiere. It's the same with even DaVinci, whatever. DaVinci Resolve. The API for the scripts are not ideal. The docs are not up to date. Sometimes it's a bit annoying. Yeah. So I just use I just use Blender because it's the best for scripting and automatically editing um, movie strips, sound strips, and whatever. What do you need to script for? Well, I just told you I have like 5 add-ons that I've chained all together. So I basically take the entire stream, okay? I put it into a scene, then I cut the part, that might be like 30 minutes long or something, that I want to make a 3 minutes clip about. I cut this, I put it into another scene, I select everything, the raw footage, and then I click on my chained add-on, and then what happens is that I have a first add-on that regularize the audio with LUFS level for the ideal LUFS level for YouTube. So it regularized the audio. Then it cuts the silences. It analyzes the silences with FFmpeg. It cuts it. It bring all the movie strips together. Then it creates captions with Whisper. I mean, with the Grok API of Whisper. Then, based on the captions and on the strips over which the captions are cut, um, it selects the best bits and it makes sure that the clip is not bigger than 3 minutes. And then it creates a new clip below. And then I can I can review the clip, and if I'm satisfied, well, I can continue editing the clips, extending them with each strips or cutting some parts or whatever, you know. And I can just check if the clip if I like it, and then if I like it, I just select everything. I change the position of the elements to make it vertical or horizontal or whatever. And then I can publish it. I render and then I publish. So like a macro, yeah, it's like a macro. It's like it's. I mean, it's not even a macro. It's a Python script because like the Blender UI is actually a Python scriptable. So I literally use like the Python API of Blender. So my Python script interface with the Blender file, and it opens it, and inside it there is all kinds of structures that it can access to know, okay, in this scene there is this movie strip and there is this sound strip below at this place at this timestamp, and then there is this caption, and basically the Python can automatically move some movie strips, down or up some channels, or laterally, it can select one. I don't know. Voilà. And you can do that only in Blender. I mean, as perfectly. You can do it as perfectly only in Blender. Because I hate editing. That's also why I'm thinking about stopping the content creator arc, because I just don't like editing, you know, like I really don't like editing. Filming videos and whatever, you know, I don't like it at any level. Also, like, you know, I'm not the kind of person who appreciates the attention from other people, you know, like I don't care if people watch my videos, you know. Uh, I don't want to become famous or something. I don't care. Like, and I even have a fear that I might get, if it works. I have this fear that I might get uh, trapped into becoming a content creator forever, and I will have almost no time to produce content, to produce code, to make apps and stuff, to make a startup or whatever, you know. That's one of my fear, you know. So I'm like, is this really what I want to do? You know, like it's just that in relation to streaming, publishing YouTube videos is the most obvious step, you know, to try to grow, I guess, on Twitch. Bon, but at least maybe or maybe the clips are just not the correct way to do it, you know. But you know, I'm still thinking. I'm just thinking out loud here. But it's just that, yeah, the small clips I do, bon, they do, you know, they do each like 300 views, 500 views. Some do like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views. I think I've published like 40 clips since January. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is working. Let me check, because like I think when I look at my when I look where where is me when I look at my uh, you know, my voilà, for the last 3 months, so from December to now, I mean to even now, voilà, this is my stats from December to now. Bon, you know, the the impact of the clips is not extremely noticeable, you know. And that's since I started. But if we compare to like October, where I did this, so here I didn't post clips, and here I posted some clips. But I guess it's slightly, yeah, it's maybe slightly, yeah, no, it's slightly more elevated. But you know, since like my average viewer is like between 1.5 and 3, maybe the elevation here is just due to Gonzalo being there more than before, you know, because I think Gonzalo started uh, going to my streams a bit more often since I started doing the clips and stuff. So maybe it's just that, right? I'm not sure. $24 revenue for the last 3 months. 90. I think 90, like 80% of that is net. Resubscribing and offering bits. And Gonzalo, probably with the ads. Do I have how many ads views, ads money I have? Ads 61 cents. Yay. I also earn because people are